What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 849. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, it is set review time. We're gonna go back to school today, apparently.
Oh yeah, and this is looking like a good set. We've had I don't want to say like a drought exactly, but the last couple sets have not really been to my taste, I will say. And Secrets of Strixhaven, I love the original Strixhaven. It's one of my favorite sets, and this looks like it's picking up right where it left off.
Definitely. We get to reveal the secrets today, at least for the commons and uncommons, because that's what we're going to do on the show this time around. We're going to go over every single common and uncommon in Secrets of Strixhaven, and that is so that you are prepared for when the format goes live, whether it's a pre-release, release event, or subsequent draft, sealeds, tournaments, etc. We want you to be ahead of the curve, and that's why we're going to go over every single card with you today. Before we do, I want to say thank you to everybody who supports us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources, and it's really a great way to support your favorite content creators. You get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail if you become a Patreon supporter of ours, and we really appreciate everybody who does so. We also want to say thank you to Ultimate Guard. If you've got Magic cards, at the card, deck, or collection level, anything in that range, whether it's actually playing the cards, think playmats and sleeves, or transporting them from one place to another in deck boxes, or storing and organizing them from a collection level, think backpacks, binders, that type of stuff. They are going to have some of the best products on the market. They use premium materials and really well thought out designs to combine into really great products. Just thumbs up, A+, great stuff from Ultimate Guard. If you have any needs of these types, you should check out ultimateguard.com. And if you want to buy something, you can get it from your favorite online retailer or local game store. Thank you, Ultimate Guard. We appreciate your support of the show. Luis, before we get into actual Magic cards, we are going to discuss each card, but we're also going to give it a grade.
Yeah, so we use a grading scale that goes from A through F with 2 subgrades. It's the same one we always use, and it goes in the same order. We've got A's, we've got bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and the best cards in the set. You don't typically see a lot of these in the common or uncommon review, but every now and then one sneaks in. We're talking cards like Sally Pride or The Last Ronin. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, or in this particular case, a school, because most of the draft archetypes are going to end up in one of the 5 schools. We'll cover the draft archetypes and mechanics before we get to all the cards. So we're talking cards that pull you that direction, solid removal, the better, kind of like the best commons and the good uncommons. The best uncommons actually get to A level these days, but again, we'll see about that. We're talking cards like Genghis Frog or Shredder's Technique. C's are playable. The Pawns of Limited. They're pretty interchangeable. You're going to play some amount in your deck. They're kind of the average card, the cards that when you take it 5th pick, you feel okay about it, but you're not super stoked. You end up with a bunch of these in every deck. We're talking cards like, regular removal, kind of like the better combat tricks, decent creatures, cards like Retro Mutation or Ice Cream Kitty. D's are cards that you prefer not to run. They are playable. D's these days are cards you can certainly put in your deck, but they're a little bit worse than the C's. They're a little bit junky, mediocre, situational, sometimes a high setup cost. Cards where if, your friend hands you a deck and has 4 or 5 of these, you're like, ooh, this draft didn't really go great. So we're talking cards like Zoo Escapees or Donatello's Technique. As sad as that makes me, but Donatello's Technique, not where it was at. And then the F's are cards that are just straight up unplayable. Cards that cost 1 million mana, cards that refer to planeswalkers, cards that just are not, cards like Omniscience or Broadcast Takeover and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then our 2 subgrades are Sideboard. We see plenty of these in the Commons and Uncommons review. Cards that you wouldn't really want to main deck. They're probably around the D level main deck or maybe C level. But when you board them in, they could be A or even B level. We're talking cards like Negate or Destroy Target Artifact or Enchantment, Destroy a Creature with Flying. Cards you wouldn't really want in your main deck, but can be very effective post-board. One thing that's kind of interesting about this category, because of the prevalence of best of one, thanks to Arena, a lot of these cards have a lot of get out of jail free clauses that they cycle, or they, this card draws a card or does some damage. So Sideboard cards are getting pushed more and more towards main deck, but we still will talk about a couple sideboard cards if we run into them. And then lastly, our favorite category, the build-arounds. Cards that on their own don't do enough, or maybe anything, but they can be the best card in your deck when you build around it. Cards like Everything Pizza, fantastic build-around.
Yeah, so we're, of course, going to be focusing on our discussion of the card. That's the most important part because that's where we will kind of hedge and talk about what maybe our prediction might be or which way we're leaning. But, in order to put kind of a punctuation mark, we found that sometimes the discussion would actually lead people to think that we thought something maybe that we didn't about the card. For example, if a card comes up and we say, well, it's a great card, but, and then we maybe discuss some of the downsides to it. Sometimes just the nature of human communication can make you think, oh, well, they don't like that card then. Even though the disclaimer that started it was, it's a great card, that can kind of lose its punch. And so when we give it a B plus, even after having kind of nitpicked it, it helps you go, oh, okay, they really do like the card, or they're closer together on their actual thoughts on it than maybe if we have a disagreement about it. So that's what the grades are for. And then Luis, we've had a few sets out of the last bunch here that have only had 5 archetypes, where there's only been 5 archetypes out of the 10 possible color pairs that have been focused on from a design and development standpoint. But the big difference is those were both smaller sets and this is a full size.
Exactly. Yeah. So as much as, we've talked a lot over the past couple months about are small sets good? What do 5 archetypes look like? All that. And there's some positives and negatives, more negatives, as we have that discussion. When it comes to Strixhaven, the full size set part is huge because that gives them more room to have multiple archetypes within the same school. That gives you more room to have good crossover cards, because we're going to talk a lot about this is good for both the increment and the opus mechanic. That's a mechanic that overlaps pretty heavily. And we'll actually get to the mechanics right now. So let's start at the top with the splashiest mechanic in the format, Prepared. This goes across all colors. And Prepare, basically, it's a creature with kind of the adventure frame, where it's a creature, and that's what it counts like in your deck, in your hand, in your graveyard. But on the bottom right, it has another spell. So Studious First Year is the example I'll be using. It's maybe the best green common, actually. So it's green for a 1/1. It enters Prepared. And while it's prepared, you can cast a copy of its spell. Its spell, Rampant Growth. 1 in a green, sorcery, search your library for a basic land card, put into play tapped. So the way it works, and you can even learn this in their actual mechanics article, is when a creature with Prepare is in play and prepared, you have a copy exiled that you can cast when you could normally cast it. You can't cast Rampant Growth as an instant because it's sorcery. And then once you cast it, it's no longer prepared. So Studious First Year is a one-shot, one and done. You play it on turn 1, Rampant Growth on turn 2, great. There are other creatures which don't enter prepared, and you have to do something to make them prepared. And there's some that, if you jump through some hoops, you can prepare them multiple times. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with Prepared, and we're going to see kind of how it plays out, because each creature individually just does a different thing. They're very different cards. One thing that ties all the mechanic together is because they count as creatures, they're kind of like creatures with ETBs. So Raised Deads and Blinks and stuff like that tend to be pretty good.
Because they re-prepare. You can, okay, yeah, that's cool.
Or give you the opportunity to re-prepare depending on how it works out. So let's now talk about the 5 mechanics for each school and what the draft archetype is supposed to be as a result. So for Silver Quill, we have Repartee. This is a mechanic that says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, do X. X is different on every of these spells. So again, it's like more of an ability word. But this is the Silver Quill, the black-white mechanic, and as a result, their theme is repartee aggro, where you're supposed to basically, because repartee looks at cards that target instant or sorceries that target creatures. That could be a pump spell on your creature or a removal spell on their creature. Obviously, the removal spell part is a little bit stronger, but they both give you good options and good reasons to be doing the thing. So when I look at Silver Quill, you're going to be looking for instants and sorceries that target things. And again, Combat Trick's a big part of that if it's going to be an aggro deck. For Prismari, the red-blue school, you have Opus, which is whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, do X. Doesn't end there, though, because that would just be kind of like prowess, basically, or spellcraft or whatever. It also says if 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, do Y. And Y could be an outgrowth of X. It could be a bigger version. It could be something completely different. For example, Color Storm Stallion is 1 blue-red for a 3/3 elemental horse at rare. It has ward 1 in haste. And it has Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. However, if you spent 5 or more mana on that spell, create a token that's a copy of this creature.
Jeez.
So this is kind of like 3/3 prowess ward haste. It's a rare, but if you spend 5 mana on the spell that triggers it, you all of a sudden have a second one. Then you do it again. You have 4. I mean, you can obviously see how that goes nuts. And that, of course, feeds nicely into the Prismari theme, which is Opus spellcasting. Blue-red spells with an emphasis on slightly more expensive spells. So definitely got some cool stuff going. This is obviously one of the front runners for one of the cooler schools, just because, they've really nailed the blue-red decks at this point. Yeah. Like, how often does blue-red fizzle in one of these formats? And the answer is almost never. Black-green, blue-green, can't say the same, but blue-red, they got that one down at least. The next mechanic is Infusion for Witherbloom. So that's the black-green school. And Infusion says, if this creature or if this card gained life, it does something different. So again, an ability word, these cards vary wildly. You've got a creature like Old Growth Educator, which is 2 black-green for a 4/4 Vigilance Reach, an uncommon, and has Infusion. When this creature enters, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it if you gain life this turn. So this just checks right when you play it. Did you gain life this turn? Do something.
So it cares about you having gained life. That's it.
Right. There's spells that when you cast them, if you've gained life, do a bigger thing. There's creatures that say at the end of your turn, if you've gained life, do a thing. So they trigger over and over again. So it's, again, one of those ability words where the input basically is gain life. The output is a variety of different things, and the timing is different. So you just kind of have to read all the cards to try to figure out what all is going on with them. And of course, as you would imagine, the Witherbloom theme is a green-black life gain. You've got there's a bunch of cards that make pests, if you remember from Pest Infestation or original Strixhaven, the 1/1 that dies and gains a life. So there's like Life Gain Swarm is what they call it. Build up an army of pests and other creatures, gain lots of life, overwhelm your opponent. So I don't know if that's going to translate to aggro.
Automatically skeptical.
Right. Even that description, it's like, you're a life gain beatdown deck. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is going to work out great. But and Witherbloom was a little bit behind. So the top 3 schools, Witherbloom and Lorehold were the 2 that were the most behind in original Strixhaven. That, of course, does not have anything to do with this Strixhaven. The cards are just going to be different. But I would say this description makes me a little skeptical. Lorehold, their mechanic is an amazing one. And we know this because it's flashback. It has a bunch of spells that have flashback. Flashback's an awesome mechanic. It lets you recast the spell from the graveyard and exile it at a drastically different cost sometimes. And that ties really nicely into Lorehold's theme, which is Flashback Excavation. It has a lot of cards that trigger or do something different or have some sort of advantage if a card left the graveyard this turn. So when you look at that, you can figure out like, okay, so Flashback triggers all these Lorehold cards, and Lorehold, despite being red white, and this is the part I like about Lorehold, is they tried last time and they're going to try again this time to make something other than just red white beatdown, which is their most common. Like, how many of the red white archetypes in draft these days just feel like another version of red white beatdown?
It's like 8 or 9 out of 10.
Lots of creatures. Okay, that's red white beatdown.
It's like 8 or 9 out of 10 probably.
Lots of creatures. Yeah, that's red white beatdown.
Totally.
Lorehold is, I think, going to feel pretty different based on the cards. And then lastly, another fan favorite, Quandrix, the green-blue school. Increment. Their mechanic is called Increment, and this at least is always the same on cards. So you get a freebie. Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And note, I use spell as shorthand for instant or sorcery a lot.
Yeah.
On Increment, it literally means any card you're casting. I think that's actually like something Magic is not doing optimally. Maybe the way they set it up, Magic, it's too late now to change it. But spell meaning any card you cast, and spell colloquially meaning instant or sorcery to a lot of people is obviously a bit rough. But Increment basically just means when you cast expensive cards, your creatures grow, and that's pretty cool. I like that. I'm pretty happy to play expensive cards in my deck and figure out ways to make it make it pop off. And the Quandrix kind of theme for blue-green is incremental value. Grow your creatures with counters as you get bigger and bigger. Accelerate mana, draw cards, attack with huge creatures, etc. So there's a lot of X spells. There's some cards that pay you off for having X spells. You see Fractals, the 0/0s that get +1/+1 counters. And Quandrix looks like kind of like a blue-green ramp deck of sort, but Increment, of course, is the kind of thing that's going on. As far as other mechanics, there's a Mythic Rare Cycle Paradigm, which when you cast the spell, you then get to cast it every single turn. It just goes on the stack every single turn at the beginning of your first main phase. Those are all pretty good. There's Converge, which is a 5-color mechanic where this creature or these spells do something different based on how many colors you spent on it. And Converge is just pretty strong. Like generally the cards look pretty good. We've got, that's about it. But, well, they added a new subtype to artifacts, which is book, but I don't even know how that's relevant. Yeah. So those are the mechanics. Those are the 5 schools, and those are kind of what's going on with the cards here. And as we evaluate these cards, these are the kind of mechanics. And the first thing to stand out, by the way, just to kind of prime ourselves going in, is Increment and Opus overlap pretty heavily. They both want you to cast expensive cards. And if you remember Strixhaven, Quandrix and Prismari were best friends there too. There was a lot of teamer decks in that format.
That's all I drafted in that format.
Oh, I know. It's your Teamer's your favorite 3-color pair. Blue-green's your favorite 2-color pair. Yeah. I
just drafted Teamer every single time. I was like, all right, what kind of Teamer deck am I getting this time? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it worked out pretty well.
It did.
So there you got your mechanics, you got your cards, you got your themes. Let's get to the actual cards themselves and start grading them, huh?
Alrighty. So what we're gonna do is what we normally do is start with the signpost uncommons, which are the gold uncommons. This set being so focused on just 5 archetypes rather than 10, there's actually 10 cards. There's 10 gold cards at the common and uncommon level per pair. So we're just going to go through those. Normally we get just a couple of signposts. Here, we're going to get a lot of signs pointing in a direction. I think it's going to be very clear what these archetypes are trying to do based on Luis's breakdown just now, plus these 10 cards each. But that's good. We'll take it. It gives us more information about what's happening. So we're going to start off with black white. So Silver Quill here is our first one. And our first card up is a common called Inkling Mascot. It is black white for a 2/2 Inkling cat with repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, I'm going to kind of skip that part going forward, but just as a reminder, instant or sorcery targets a creature. This creature gains flying until end of turn, and you surveil 1.
So 2 mana 2/2, and it can gain flying and surveil if you cast a spell.
How many times do I need to trigger this before I'm happy is my question.
Twice? If you're, just once is probably all right. Yeah. I don't think that would end up being too bad.
2 mana 2/2 that's gold, 2 specific colors is a little rough. Man, but Surveil 1's pretty powerful for, doing things that you're probably going to be doing anyway. Kill their creatures, Surveil 1, get in for 2. Yeah, it looks above the curve to me.
Yeah, I would say that this looks like a classic C, and you're just not going to cut it out of your Silver Quill decks very often.
Exactly. Next is Killian's Confidence. This is same mana cost, black white. For this one's a sorcery at uncommon. It says target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Draw a card. So right away, I'm just in. Right? This is the color pair that wants to target creatures with instants and sorceries. This one does that, and it immediately gives me my card back. So I'm already pretty happy with that just because I'm getting triggers plus a card, and it's only 2 mana. But it also says whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may pay a black-white hybrid, so either a black or a white mana. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, let's just do it all over again.
Yeah, this looks awesome. This looks like a rock solid reason to be in this archetype. I would say Killian's Confidence looks like a B to me.
It does to me too, and that looks like one of those kind of cornerstone cards for an archetype. Next up,
it's also a card you can just discard, and if you get milled or something, like any of those things, like it just when it's in your graveyard, it's chilling.
Totally. Oof, I like that. Next up is Scolding Administrator, same mana cost again, black white. For this one's a 2/2 dwarf cleric at uncommon. It has menace, repartee, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and when this creature dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on up to 1 target creature. Jeez, that's a push card there, Luis. That's a 2 mana 2/2. Look at the gap between uncommon and common for those
2 mana 2/2 with menace, and it grows and it gives away its counters at the end.
Oh my goodness.
This looks excellent to me.
And remember, repartee doesn't care which thing you target with it. Like it doesn't have to target Scolding Administrator. You just like kill their guy, you get this thing becomes a 3/3. You pump up some other creature, this thing becomes a 4/4. Like this is nuts.
Yeah, I like probably B+ for Scolding Administrator. This one just looks like the kind of card where it's like, if you don't kill this right away, it's going to stack 2 counters, and then when it dies, it's going to give away those counters. And you just play this on turn 2, and you hit them with Menace 3 times before they can even do anything.
Totally. We also, you said that this archetype is meant to be like assertive aggressive, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and if you look at our first 3 cards, they all line up with getting damage through. Next one is Silver Quill Charm. So this is once again the same mana cost, black, white. This one's an instant and uncommon though. And you can choose one of 3 options. Option 1, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Option 2, exile target creature with power 2 or less. And option 3, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Wow, that is a really nice trio there for just 2 mana at instant speed too.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything Silver Quill wants, I would say.
Wow.
Like, the combat trick is great. The removal spell is great. They both trigger repartee, which is really nice. Yeah. And then you can also just use it as a lightning bolt if you need to, or to gain 3 if you're in a close race.
At instant speed too. Like everything perfect here, right? The combat trick part being super important there. And then even sometimes that last mode in, like your opponent is racing, they make an attack. Now their creatures are tapped and you fire off your Silver Quill Charm, drain them for 3 and you're going to win that race. I like B+ for Silver Quill Charm too. I mean, these last 2 uncommons just seem very push for the archetype. Yeah,
I agree. I think B+ for the Silver Quill Charm.
Abigail's back. Abigail, Poet Laureate, no longer a first year, I guess. 1 black, white for a 2/3 legendary bird bard. This is uncommon with flying. So 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. And it says, whenever you cast a creature spell, Abigail becomes prepared. So this is one of the prepare cards that doesn't automatically start that way. But if you cast a creature, she's prepared. And then what is her spell? It is called Heroic Stanza. It's 1 and a black-white hybrid for a sorcery that says, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And this is one also that this is the type that you were mentioning too, Luis, right? Where you can re-prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, she could just become prepared again. So you like play her turn 3, turn 4, play a 2-drop, use Heroic Stanza, and then the next turn play another creature, you do it again. And I mean, I think that the fact that it can do it multiple times is certainly relevant. You're getting a 2/3 flyer that they kind of have to kill, because if they don't kill it, you're going to get to cast a spell that targets over and over again, which not only triggers your all your repartee cards, it's also this becomes just like a 3/4 then a 4/5 flyer. Like totally. It doesn't seem like that's going to go too poorly for you. So Abigail looks like, again, a really solid reason to be in Silver Quill. I would probably give it I'd give it a B+.
I would too.
If you have this in play, I feel like you're gonna need to kill it. Like I don't really know. It
just does everything. It's interesting because we'll have a better sense once we're done with the set review. Maybe it's these cards are push and this is a powerful set or whatever. But man, either Silver Quill's awesome or this whole set is really pumped up because these cards are nuts so far. And we're 5 cards in. B+ for Abigail.
It's looking good for right now.
No kidding. Next up is Imperious Ink Mage. This is 1 black-white for a 3/3 Orc Warlock. This is common. It's got Vigilance, and when it enters, you Surveil 2. Wow, that's another good common. 3/3 Vigilance, Surveil 2 on ETB. That's just another good card.
Yeah. It doesn't fit like the mechanic really in any specific way, besides digging for your spells, I guess. But it's just... I think it's just a good card. Like I don't see a problem with. I think you'd always pretty much play this card.
Yeah. Would you go above C+ for Imperious Ink Mage?
I think I would even just give it a C. I don't know, maybe a C+.
Dang, man, 3 mana, 3/3 with 2 like relevant.
Okay, look, here's the only thing: is we're 6 cards deep and they've all looked pretty awesome. That kind of implies
I'm starting to hedge too, dude. I'm like, all right, maybe they're just all awesome.
Yeah, that kind of implies to me that these cards are just going to be very.
We're going to go C on Imperious Ink Mage and see what happens. Next is Snooping Page. This is same mana, cost 1 black white for a 2/3 Human Cleric. This one's uncommon, and it has Repartee, this creature can't be blocked this turn. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. Man. Ugh. The only question I have is, how much removal can you get instants and sorceries that are targeting their stuff so that you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket and try to put +1/+1 counters on your snooping page and then also get the card and all the extra damage. And, I want to kind of spread my risk out a little bit because these cards are so good on their own.
Right. Like, you don't want to be loading this up with counters,
right,
and just have it get bounced or removed.
Exactly.
On the other hand, an unblockable creature with a couple of counters is kind of nice.
No, I mean, it's great if you're all in on it and it works, but yeah, I mean,
I would say that you're going to want a decent amount of removal if you can get it, and if you can't, then you're going to have to. You are going to play a decent amount of pump spells, but you do want to hedge if you can. You don't want to always just be playing removal spells or playing pump spells and just and getting killed by.
I would go B for snooping page. What do you think?
Yeah, I would go B for this too. Again, this I think a pretty useful shorthand for me is like, if your opponent casts this on turn 3, how do you feel? And the way I would feel is like, oh man, I got to kill that thing.
Absolutely. And and the use case of you or your opponent, whoever, this card gets played, then they untap, kill something, and then hit you is already like. Yeah. You're in bad shape. Like, you're in really bad shape if your opponent does that. So yeah, I like B for snooping page. Next is Social Snub. This was our preview card. This is 1 black-white for a sorcery. When you cast this spell while you control a creature, you may copy this spell. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So this got kind of interesting, right, Luis? Because it doesn't trigger repartee, right?
This doesn't trigger repartee. It is good if you have a weak creature, a sack creature, or token, or whatever to sacrifice. Or you just you play a 2-drop, they play a 2-drop, they play a 2-drop, you play a 2-drop, then they play a good 3-drop, and you're like, all right, I guess I'll just social snub, trade off our first 2 turns for each other, and get get 2 life as part of the deal.
Yeah, and now, so my view on this card, obviously with a little context here, has changed, which is, on one hand, the not targeting something thing, much, much worse, right? Like, this would be so much better. But the drain life, better. I mean, this deck looks aggressive. It looks like it's good at getting damage through, flying, evasion, counters, all this stuff that we've seen just out of a handful of cards here. And when that's the case, draining your opponent for 2 can be a big, big deal in a tight game. So I don't know how I feel about Social Snub overall. Like, do you have room for removal spells that aren't instants and sorceries that target stuff? I mean, I would want all of them to be that based on what I've seen.
Definitely. But I think the biggest thing with Social Snub is do you have good fodder to sacrifice to it? Because if you do, I think the card's pretty powerful.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And you can, of course, just fire it off as 3 mana, make them sack their one and only creature.
Yeah, and drain 1. I mean, I would say that Social Snub is like a C, except if you're good at doing the thing, it could be bumped up a little bit.
Okay. C with upside. Next is Render Speechless. This is 2 black-white for a sorcery. This is common. It says target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. So does this satisfy repartee? No, right?
Yeah, targets a creature.
So it is still targeting a creature, even though it's not the first thing listed or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of the spell, though. Yeah, this definitely targets a creature. That's kind of, I think the whole joke is it's a discard spell that also targets a creature, so you can kind of set your thing.
Well, then I'm interested
set up
again.
A turn nicely. Yeah, Render Speechless. It looks like a C. You don't want a lot of these, but pretty good. Turn 3 Snooping Page, turn 4 Render Speechless, attack for 4, draw a card. I mean, take your 4-drop out of your hand or whatever, or take your removal spell that would have stopped this.
That's just crazy. Yeah, I agree, though. I would want, probably ideally 0 or 1 of these, I guess. But if I get, 2, if I get a solid trigger plus getting a card out of their hand, I would still give Render Speechless like a D+. Like, I'm not jumping out of my chair for this card.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Last Silver Quill card is Stirring Honormancer. And this has kind of a weird mana cost, but there's a subset of these cards. It is 2 white, black, and then also a white, black hybrid. So it's 5 mana total. You have to play a white and a black, but then the last mana can be white or black. So it's a little bit more flexibility on the mana cost there. It is
in a Silver Quill deck, this is effectively 3 white black. Like you're not really going to run into an issue with the hybrid there. Exactly.
The hybrid is a benefit. It looks harder to cast, like just to your eyeball maybe, but it's actually not. So 5 mana, 4/5 Rhino Bard. It's uncommon. And it says when this creature enters, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard.
Yeah, a pretty solid card, I would say. 5 mana, 4/5 at the worst is you draw a card, and sometimes you're going to draw more. I'm in.
So you always draw one, but you get to look at more. Am I reading that right?
Technically, if they kill this in response, you might not even draw one, but that's a pretty corner case, I think.
But normal, just on its own, it's just draw the next card. But if you have 3 creatures, you look at 3, take 1. Wow. I mean, I don't really, like, how does it fit, I guess, is what I would ask. But also, who cares, right? Like, this is just very solid value card. 5 mana, 4/5 draw card with some selection.
I mean, 5 mana, 4/5 draw card is a card that you wouldn't be like stoked about, but you would probably play a lot of the time. And this can be quite a bit better because filling your graveyard is generally better than not, and you get to look at a lot of cards.
Totally. I would give it a B for Stirring Honormancer. I mean, never cutting that ever.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to.
All right. So that moves us to Prismari, where our first card up is Prismari Charm. It is red-blue for an instant at uncommon. Choose one of 3 options, similar, same template as the others. First option, Surveil 2, then draw a card. Nice. Second option, Prismari Charm deals 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets. Situationally excellent. And then the last one is return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So you got bounce spell, pick off a couple of small things, or get a little velocity going.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue against any of the charms being around a B. This one looks a little bit worse than the Silver Quill charm, but it's still fine. Like, Surveil 2 draw a card means it's never going to be dead, and a bounce spell, and plus the deal one can be really sick.
Mm-hmm. That is the kind of one that can really get you a nice little 2-for-1. Yeah, I like B for Prismari Charm. I agree, though. It's a little worse than the Silver Quill version. Next up is Sanar Unfinished Genius, which is blue-red for a 0/4 legendary goblin sorcerer at uncommon. And it says Sanar enters prepared. And you can tap to create a treasure token, activate only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. That's pretty interesting. Now, Sanar's spell is Wild Idea, 3 blue-red for a sorcery that says, search your library for an instant or sorcery card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle.
So a pretty bad spell.
Terrible. Yeah.
You only cast this if you have literally nothing else to do, or like there's a spell you desperately need, which is not that likely to be the case. But on the other hand, 2 mana 0/4 that whenever you play a spell, you can tap it and make a treasure. That seems pretty great. Like, I think that Prismari is going to want to play this card.
I think so too. Especially if the curve goes high, which it looks like.
If this isn't good in your Prismari deck, I think your Prismari deck is probably in trouble. Because, yeah, Opus does want you to have 5 mana spells, but, like, this is going to be... I think this will be fine. I think that this will be fine in pretty much all the decks, because you're still going to be playing removal spells that cost 2 mana, all that sort of thing.
Totally. And, I mean, that's basically what Wild Idea says, right? It says trigger target Opus thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't do much, but at least it you know, especially if you end up with a pile of extra
it kind of double triggers an Opus, because it gets...
Probably.
Whatever it gets, it then next turn you cast that, and that probably triggers Opus. I would imagine you're doing something along those lines.
Yeah. Whatever. I like B- for Sanar Unfinished Genius. This doesn't seem bomby to me, but I would be really surprised if you didn't want this card in your deck.
Yeah, I agree.
Next is Vibrant Outburst. This is blue-red for an instant and uncommon. It says it does 3 damage to any target and then tap up to 1 target creature.
Yeah, I mean
That's a big
this
swing.
is awesome. Like I think Vibrant Outburst is going to be one of the better uncommons for Prismari. It's just so good at like keeping you alive, removing things. Like if you're on the defensive or offensive, it either kills a creature and then taps an attacker, or kills a creature and taps a blocker. And it's just 2 mana deal 3, which you're already pretty happy with.
No kidding. Sometimes it just kills the opponent. Yeah, I like B for Vibrant Outburst, and obviously, this archetype cares about casting instants and sorceries. So any of them that are even playable are at a premium probably, and ones that are really good like this are just off the charts valuable.
Yeah, I don't think even B- would be, or sorry, B+ would be crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's really strong.
Really, really good for Vibrant Outburst. Next is Abstract Paint Mage. This is blue-red and then a blue-red hybrid. So another of those mana costs. It's a 2/2 Djinn Sorcerer at uncommon. And it says at the beginning of your first main phase, add blue-red, but you can only spend the mana to cast instant and sorcery spells. That's kind of busted though, right? Like,
I mean, this is a Smoky Lounge, right?
Right.
It's a 3 mana 2/2, and doesn't do anything for a turn. All that is not ideal, but 2 mana a turn is a lot.
That's a huge bump. God, I don't know. This definitely seems like the swingiest, right? Because the times when it's good, it's just going to be so stupid to be able to untap and have 6 mana to throw around on instants and sorceries in a deck that's kind of built for it. But the times when you just don't have anything to cast with it, this card, really suffers. I mean, it really, really suffers if you need that. It's also like if you have an instant that is really better to cast on your opponent's turn, and you have to kind of fire it off on your main. There's some,
it can lead you to some awkward paths to try to get the value. But again, think about it from the other side. If your opponent plays this on turn 3, you're not going to let them untap with it if you can help. Yeah,
you're terrified.
That gives it some value already, because even in a hand where it's mediocre to bad, you're still going to force your opponent to deal with it.
I think the real inflection point then, Luis, is, well, what if they do? What if they spend their 1 or 2 mana, removal spell to kill your kind of awkward to cast 3-drop? 3 mana 2/2, by the way, like really bad stats.
Yeah, the stats are not ideal.
It is fairly punishing to run out. It just means that I'm compressing its zone a little bit here, because I think the downside's very legit. But this also seems like one of the type of cards that, if you and I were playing a tournament, Luis, and I said, "How was your round?" and you said, "Oh, my opponent played Abstract Paint Mage on 3, and I didn't have an answer, so you lost." Yeah, like that would not shock me. Right? Yeah. Like this card could just take over. Grading wise, I don't know. Do you want to split the difference and go somewhere like C+ range or something? Like it obviously has the upside of a B.
I think C+ is right. It's definitely not a B, but it has the high end is good.
Yeah.
The high end really does do something, I feel like.
Yeah. We'll go C+ on Abstract Paint Mage. High ceiling, low floor. Next up is Elemental Mascot. This is 1 blue-red for a 1/4 elemental bird at common. It's got both flying and vigilance. So 3 mana, 1/4 flying vigilance with Opus. This creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And then if you did the 5 mana part of Opus, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until the end of your next turn.
And it's next turn because you're not playing it for free.
You gotta actually pay.
Yeah, which takes a lot away from this card. Like, it's still a threatening card, and a 1/4 flying vigilance is actually pretty good stats.
It is.
But if you cast a Opus and then you flip your top card, like you can play lands, which is nice. But if you flip a card, like you don't get to play it right away for free. So it's kind of like a delayed card draw. Mm-hmm. Still looks pretty solid to me, though. I think you'd be happy to play this in your Opus decks.
I think so too. This type of card is splitting the difference between what these type of decks always face, which is there's always some number of cards that are really good temporarily, usually in combat. Think like prowess, or this thing gets plus whatever, plus 0, or it becomes unblockable. Things like that, versus more value-oriented versions of it, where it's like when you cast an instant or sorcery, you get some tangible advantage, card advantage, or, board advantage or something that's not combat-based. And this one kind of splits the difference, right? But the thing that pushes it over the top for me are the baseline stats for a common. I mean, 3 mana for a 1/4 flying vigilance is like, yeah, that's probably just good enough. And if it chips in for 2 damage every once in a while because you're, triggering mini opus, and then every once in a while you just get a random card for free, it's like, yeah, sure. To me, that's probably adding up just to be on rate good enough. So I like C+ for Elemental Mascot. This seems to come together.
I think so. I think it's going to be a solid card once you get into play.
Yeah, I like that it's both and not just trying to do one thing or the other. Next is Spectacular Sky Whale. That is spectacular. It is 2 blue-red for a 1/4 flying elemental whale. This one's uncommon. And it has Opus. This creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. And then Mega Opus, put 3 +1/+1 counters on it instead. It does get out of hand pretty quickly.
It sure does.
This one is the first version of what I was talking about, though, right? This is the combat-based version, where the primary use case is 4 mana, 1/4 flyer, then you cast 2 spells the next turn and it gets +6/+0 and hits them for 7.
I mean, the real payoff here is less on the Opus and more on just casting multiple cheap spells.
Exactly. Normally, I don't actually like those as much. Like, it takes a specific blue-red build / archetype to make those really sing. But man, this thing's it has evasion, and +3/+0 is no joke. That adds up really quickly.
Yeah.
I really like the 3 +1/+1 counters part too, because it gives you a little bit of a different avenue. It's still the same type of thing, but it is a much different game plan. If you're on the defense where you say, okay, go, and you've got your 1/4 and you're like, well, I'm probably going to cast a 5 mana something, and you may not want to attack into this type of thing. Again, to me, this one is more skewed towards that first strategy for blue-red, which I'm less of a fan of, but this one still just seems on power level to be perfectly fine. And I mean, dude, there's going to be dumb turns with Spectacular Sky Whale. This
could be some turn 5 kills where if you play a bunch of spells plus and some of them are pump spells or something. But
I would just give it a B.
My main concern with the Spectacular Sky Whale is it's not the best on defense.
No, it's okay though, right? You still could just cast a 1 mana instant. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably not going to have mana up most of the time, I wouldn't imagine.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the Sky Whale,
if it's a 4/4 blocker, even a decent chunk of the time.
Yeah, my concern is less that it's a 4/4 blocker and more that it's going to be a 1/4 blocker most of the time. I don't think you're going to leave spells up defensively that often. And
I mean, I think that there's any instant speed removal, or I don't know.
Sure. I mean, if you leave mana up and you don't attack with your Sky Whale, then, maybe they don't attack. But a lot of the games, it's just not going to play out that way, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you want to give it?
I mean, I would give it probably a C+ B- sort of thing. Maybe B- is probably fine. Look, the Sky Whale, the games with the Sky Whale are going to be kind of lopsided, where some of the games it's going to look really bad, and then some of the games it's going to be very, very good. Yeah. I don't think obviously there's a whole range of games, but I think that the fail cases are going to be real with this card. It's not unambiguously good, like the Lightning Bolt or something like that.
Right.
So I do think that the Sky Whale will lead to some pretty gross turns where you cast multiple spells in the same turn. It's totally a dangerous card.
Yeah. But again, we really have to focus on either where are the winds pointing for Prismari in general? Is it one shot aggressive, right, or is it value based? And we still don't have a feel, right, based on this, right? Prismari Charm kind of straddles the line. Sonar is more towards the value end of things. Abstract Pain Mage is more towards towards value, but Vibrant Outburst, Elemental Mascot, and Spectacular Sky
I would say
Whale.
Elemental Mascot is both. It definitely is a value.
It is in the
middle.
But I mean, dude, if you go, I mean, I know I'm just cherry picking here, but like if you go Elemental Mascot into Spectacular Sky Whale and you get to untap, like your opponent's like, how much damage am I taking? Right? Like Vibrant Outburst, you tap down your one blocker, play any other spell. It's like, okay, well, game's over, you know? So kind of cool if they are going to lean that way. But I agree with you. I like B- for the Spectacular Sky Whale because it is skewed towards that one side. Let's see what the trend does as we move forward here. The next card is Stadium Title Mage. This is 2 blue-red for a 4/4 Djinn Sorcerer at common. And it says, whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This one also kind of straddling that middle ground. It is a 4/4 for 4 in blue-red, but also, you know, provides that card selection value going for you too. What do you think of Stadium Title Mage?
I like the stats. Blue-red doesn't usually get 4-mana 4/4s. Like,
no, they don't.
It's funny because we're not that impressed with 4-mana 4/4s out of like green. And like that's actually like straight green 3 for a 4/4 is just below the curve. It need to have like something else. Also, what, he's got a big tube of toothpaste. What's going on there?
That is a tube of toothpaste.
So I think that having 1 or 2 of these in your Prismari deck seems totally fine.
Totally. Yeah.
I would give it a C.
I would give it a C.
You know,
yeah.
But it looks fine to me.
It does to
4/4
me too.
looter. Like you play this, you're probably going to have a decent play next turn as well.
Right. Yeah, I like it. Next up is Stress Dream. This is 3 blue-red for an instant and uncommon. It says it deals 5 damage to up to 1 target creature. That's really funny templating. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand and the other on the bottom of your library. They really wanted to make sure that you could cast this.
Yeah, well, there's no creatures in play.
Even if there's nothing out there. This is, yeah, I mean, this is your, you know, big opus uncommon, right? It just triggers that and it's 2 for 1. And really
triggers opus, kills a creature, draws a card, like gives you, even with some card selection. I mean, Stress Stream looks awesome. I would say Stress Stream is probably like a B+.
It's a B+, right? I mean, 2
just every
for
opus
1,
deck is really going to want this card. It's 2 for 1 with card selection, triggering opus at instant speed. You really can't ask for a lot
triggering
more.
the big version of opus too. Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. B+ for Stress Dream. Next is Rapturous Moment. This is 4 blue-red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards and add blue, red.
I like this card. This is cool.
Do you?
Yeah. Draw 3, discard 2, get 5 mana, trigger opus. Like, I bet this leads to some pretty nice little turns.
So you're basically just digging for another 5 mana, like for Stress Dream or whatever.
Yeah, or you already have it and you're just setting it up.
Okay.
So it's kind of like 1 mana, draw 3, discard 2, but it again, the opus trigger part is pretty big.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could see it. This would lead to the game ending in a lot of cases. Like, because you're so likely to be able to find something to cast, even if it's not like another 5 mana plus, even if you just get to cast another instant or sorcery, like from what we've seen. Again, you know, thinking Spectacular Sky Whale, Elemental Mascot type stuff. Is this card like individually powerful?
No, the main reason it's not is because it's gated until you get to 6 mana. So first of all, 1 mana, draw 3, discard 2 would be very strong, but it's so expensive that you don't get to do that until turn 6. And like, imagine you miss your 6th land drop. That's like one of the concerns with all these kinds of cards. So I would say in a dedicated opus deck, it's probably like a B. But if you're not doing that, then it does fall off a bit, I would say.
I mean, isn't it like a D or something if you're not? Or like let's say you don't have anything in play and you fire off Rapturous Moment. Like what? Like, are you happy?
Well, when I say dedicated opus, I mean a deck that is doing a lot to make that work.
I see.
As opposed to just like, you know, having some opus cards in your deck, or just like a natural blue-red deck is going to have some amount of this stuff.
For sure.
It just has to.
Yes. Okay, so build around B for Rapturous.
Build around B looks good for Rapturous Moment. Cool card for sure.
Yeah. Last Prismari card
I mean, this is the way, by the way, to make your like spectacular Skyway
right.
just go nuts,
Ludicrous, yeah. Last Prismari card is Visionary's Dance. This is 7 mana. It's 5 blue red for a sorcery. It's common though. And it says create 2 3/3 blue and red elemental creature tokens with flying, but you can pay 2 mana and discard this card. And it says, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the other in your graveyard.
Yeah, this is the exact kind of the similar one from Strixhaven, the 7 mana spell that made some elementals.
That's right.
So here the buyout is 2 mana, discard it. So they basically, it doesn't count as casting a spell when you do that, which is fine, but it is it's not going to trigger Opus when you're spending the 2 mana, just to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. But you get card selection and a card for 2 mana, which is like pretty good, right? I mean,
yeah, okay. 2 mana, look at the top. 2 mana sleight of hand at instant speed is not like a card you'd by itself want to play, but stapled to a 7 mana, make 2 3/3 flyers sounds great to me.
It does to me too.
Because that's, that's a good spell to cast on 7 mana. And when you don't need it, you can spend 2 to discard it. I really like, it's one of the things I like about both Prismari and Quandrix is they have these really good finishers at common. Yes. Like this is just a really good way to close out games at common at very low cost to your deck because of the discard ability. So I would give Visionary's Dance a C+. I think you want like a couple of these in a lot of your Prismari decks.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you're going to be playing that card. All right. Next up is green black, which is Witherbloom. So this is first card up is called Bogwater Lumerate. It's black green for a 2/2 spirit frog, and it's common. And it says whenever this creature or another creature you control enters, you gain a life. Which of course is the thing that it's paying attention to.
This looks like it gets, makes the
what
whole
is it called?
like
Infusion or whatever.
Yeah, Witherbloom like infusion mechanic work really nicely. Like I don't think you're gonna be unhappy with this card pretty much any time in Witherbloom. This looks like a C+ to me.
It looks like a C+, and if it's not a C+, then they screwed up. Next up is Teacher's Pest. This is black green for a 1/1 skeleton pest at uncommon. It has menace, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain a life. There you go. And this one also has, you can pay green black to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Wow, that is really annoying.
Yeah, 2 mana, 1/1 menace, so it's gonna get in there, gains a life, so it's got like kind of pseudo lifelink, but not on blocking, and then it just comes back for 2 mana. 2 mana is not a lot.
No, that's really cheap. Any type of sacrifice thing can go. The downside, of course, is that just as it sits, it's not big. It's a 1/1.
Yeah, you would always play this card though. It's just so much value. Like it also comes back tapped, so it can block. So if they play a 2/1 and you play this, they're just like dumpstered. Like, what are they going to do? They're not going to attack into it. I guess if they have an exile ability, then sure. So yeah, I like C+ for Teacher's Pest. It looks like a nice little annoying card.
Yeah,
good,
very annoying.
Maybe even a B- honestly.
Yeah,
because it's good with self mill too.
Definitely.
And it triggers life gain. Yeah, B- on Teacher's Pest. This looks like it does everything the Witherbloom deck wants, even though it's obviously a little small.
Witherbloom Charm is next. It's green black for an instant and uncommon. Choose one of the next 3. You may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. There's your Teacher's Pest combo. You gain 5 life, or destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. That's really good too.
Yeah, those are all very solid.
What do you think about the you gain 5 life?
I think that it's basically an infusion enabler. Like that's why you're doing that. There's no other real reason, I don't think. So
because 5's a decent chunk of life, but whole card for that's a little tough.
Yeah, you're not really going to be
but all the rest
using
are good.
that. But the thing is, I think that one's good too. I think it's just
situational.
It's the sort of thing where you need other cards to make it good, but clearly the cards exist. Especially if there's infusion cards that key off like how much life you gain, So we'll see about that.
Yeah. interesting with that first mode too. This is an instant. So you can sacrifice a creature that's going to die anyway, whether it's blocking or getting killed by a removal spell, and get your 2 cards. It also just says you can sacrifice a permanent. So if it's in the late game, you can sack a land.
Yeah. That's a great mode to have on this charm. It means late game, the destroy target non-land permanent that costs 2 mode is not going to be that spectacular. But once lands are basically free, turning your charm into a draw 2, I mean, that seems like it'd break a game open pretty easily.
Totally. I like B for Witherbloom Charm. Looks like it has all the bases covered. Next is Essence Knit Scholar. This is black, green, and a black-green hybrid. So 3 mana total for a 3/1 Dryad Warlock at uncommon. It says, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with, whenever this token attacks, you gain a life. And at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card.
I mean, this card looks awesome.
So you get
3 mana for a 3/1
wow.
plus a pest. I would be in for that in Witherbloom no matter what. And then it says, if one of your creatures died, you draw a card. Man, that's incredible.
That's really nice. Yeah, you can see a pretty common use case where you play this, and then the next turn you just attack with your pest. Right. And your idea is, well, I want to trigger infusion. And then if they don't block it, you're like, sure. And if they do, you're like, all right, I'll just get my card on end step anyway. So like all of these are good things for you. And meanwhile, you're getting a 3 mana 3/1 that just, kind of gets to sit there. So that's because obviously the one downside is that it just has the 1 toughness. So attacking with it is probably precarious. Like it'll trade off for a lot of smaller creatures. But there are very valid use cases that don't involve this thing attacking.
Yeah, I think that the Essence Knit Scholar looks awesome. I'd give it a B+.
B+ for Essence Knit Scholar. Next is Grapple with Death. This is 1 black-green for a sorcery. It's common, and it says destroy target artifact or creature, and you gain 1 life.
Perfect card. I mean, this is awesome. This is a really good common. It's a sorcery. It's like the only knock on it, but that's not even really much of one. Mm-hmm. And it kills anything, including artifacts, and you gain a life for your infusion cards. So I like B+ for Grapple with Death as well. These are both close to A's, but not quite there. Yeah,
totally. And the sorcery speed isn't even that punishing because most of the infusion stuff cares about it on your turn anyway, right? Like when it ETBs or whatever. So like,
if you're trying to use the infusion part, then that certainly is not a big deal.
So Grapple with Death, B+. Next is Mind Roots. This is same cost, 1 black green for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says target player discards 2 cards. Put up to 1 land card discarded this way onto the battlefield tapped under your control. Target player discards. You get one of their lands?
This is a really cool card.
That's cool.
It's a way to punish them for discarding lands, which is firing this off on turn 3 sounds awesome because it's like, dude, okay, I guess I have to give you 2 spells. Like, isn't Mind Roots really sweet?
That's awesome. And you only get 1, so it's not like completely broken where like if they discard 2 lands, you're just like, thanks, I get, like that would just be ludicrous. But this is what a really interesting take on a discard spell.
Yeah, I think Mind Roots is really cool. I would give it a B, honestly.
I think it's just really good. Like, how do you go wrong? I mean,
the way you go wrong is you cast it on turn 3 and they just discard 2 spells and you spent your turn 3 not affecting the board. That is how it goes wrong, I think. But
I guess that's just like not the worst though, right?
It really is not. But
man,
if you're asking
that is
how does this fail?
Yeah, the fail case is obviously that it's late game and they don't have any cards, right? And you're like, well.
That is a fail case, though. That is not the one I would be the most concerned with. I think that the main fail case I'd be concerned with here is that you just cast it on turn 3 against like a Silver Quill deck. They discard 2 spells and just keep killing you because you spent your turn 3 doing nothing. But
it's also a bad top deck in that other scenario. So there's, I guess,
totally
two knocks on it.
That's just true of all discard spells, you know. And so it's taking turn 3 off. But the thing is, casting this on turn 3 looks a lot better than most discard spells because if they discard a land, you get to ramp. They really don't want to do that.
They really don't want to do it. This card is awesome.
I would actually give B- to Mind Roots, but it's gonna feel pretty tough when they cast it on turn 3, and you're like, oh wow, I guess Like, and once you're discarding a land, you just discard two. It's just like, all right, you could have all the lands. I mean, that's so brutal, right?
Oh man, this
You're
card
excited
is.
to cast this card.
I
I can tell.
am.
It's going to pull you into Witherbloom by itself.
It is. It says the best ideas stem from dreams. I wonder if the designer of this card was like, what if they get the land? Oh yeah, there you go. B- for Mind Roots. Next is Pest Mascot. This is one black green for a 2/3 trampoline pest ape at common, by the way. And it says whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yeah,
It's legit.
totally legit. And by the way, now that we're most of the way through 3 of the schools, these cards are pushed.
Yeah, I think that's like ultimately the conclusion. All the cards just look awesome. So
They just look great.
that's cool. A high power level format. I like it. We'll
like
see
that
how
too.
it plays out, but I am excited.
So are we willing to go more than C+ on Pest Mascot? Does it get the B range at common?
No, I don't think it does because it's just not always going to work. And even then, it needs like 3 counters before you really start to feel like you're getting somewhere. It's still going to be a solid card.
3? I mean, if I gave you a 4/5 for 3,
But it's not a
trample?
turn 3, 4, 5, right? It's
No,
like
it's not.
So I feel like, I feel like the
Whenever
Pest.
you
I
gain
would give
life. That's cool.
I would give it a C+. Is where I
C+
think I would
for
land on
Pest
that.
Mascot. Next up is Lewin Exchange Student. This is 2 black green for a 3/4 legendary elf druid at uncommon. And it says Lewin enters prepared. Exile, and then it also has exile a creature card from your graveyard. Lewin becomes prepared, activate only as a sorcery. So enters prepared and then can be re-prepared. The spell for Lewin is Pest Friend, which is a 1 mana, green or black, so a green-black hybrid for a sorcery that says create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with whenever this token attacks, you gain a life. So 4 mana, 3/4, already set to go on spending 1 extra mana for a 1/1 pest, and then you can exile creatures from your graveyard to re-Pest Friend at 1 mana per. Dude, that is really nice. That is good.
I mean, you just playing this on turn 5 to make a pest in a 3/4 is already like kind of nice. And that's how you're going to want to play a lot of the prepared creatures is if you can slow roll them till you can immediately cast their spell.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up getting to just do this pretty much as many times as you want. Not infinite, obviously, but like there's going to be a lot of games where this can cast 3 to 4 pest friends.
Right. And it's like,
and you're my pest friend.
and it's really easy, right? Because there's no mana associated with the re-preparation. It's just exile this. Okay. Pay my mana. Okay. Do it again. Okay. Do it again. And you can just spend a late game turn just basically emptying out your graveyard of any creatures and turning them into pests for only 1 mana each. It is sorcery speed, so your opponent could break it up somehow, but like, man, B+ for Lewin Exchange Student.
Oh yeah, I would say B+. Like
amazing card.
I don't want to say exactly like trending towards A-, but it's very good
there. Next up is Old Growth Educator. This is 2 black green for a 4/4 Treefolk Druid at uncommon. It has Vigilance, nice. It also has Reach, which I really appreciate.
Yeah.
So 4 mana, 4/4 Vigilance, Reach, good on offense, good on defense. And then it has Infusion. When this creature enters, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it if you gained life this turn. I mean, that is probably worth like a sacrificial pest attack, for example, right? For 2 additional counters on such a powerful card.
Yeah, especially if you're in a matchup where like that the two, like you're playing, like red green or something where the stats really, really matter.
You know what I want? I want to see if, I don't know if it's here, but I want a black or a green 1 mana instant that gives my thing Death Touch. Like these pests look like they're going to be jamming and people are going to want to just be snapping them off. That being said,
you're just not going to block the pest because you don't want their infusion stuff to work. But obviously sometimes you might have to.
But doesn't it just when they attack or?
No, pests are when they die. Oh, these are the new pests.
Yeah, new pests. When they attack, you gain a life. Yeah.
I just completely shortcutted because it just was called pest. It was black green. It said 1 life. Mm-hmm. My brain literally did not a single time put that connection together.
Yeah. So I'm thinking you're going to save them for when you want to get your infusion
Sure,
trigger,
yeah,
but
no, you cash them in.
probably going to die.
You send them in, and then they probably will die because you should block them. It's the opposite. That's actually much more interesting.
Yeah, and that's why I want my death touch instant now. You're right. It's like, oh, I'll block your pest. Haha. Anyway, Old Growth Educator, though, is just a pile of power and toughness ultimately, right? Like it's 4/4 or maybe it's 6/6. So it is a little difficult, I think, to give it like a super high grade, but it is kind of a lot of power and toughness on some decent stats.
Yeah. I would probably say it's like a B minus. Like it's
C plus B
it's really going to hinge on how easy it is to gain life. Because if they're giving it to you not for free, but at very low cost, and this is a 6/6 a lot of the time, then that's a very different experience than it's actually kind of hard to gain life and you have to do a lot of work for it. Because then I'm a little less excited about this. But if it's just a 6/6, not for free, but close to free a good portion of the time, then yeah, I'm in for Old Growth Educator.
Yeah, I have it in the C plus to B minus range. I
agree. That's where I would start it.
Like, especially when you put it up against like Lewin Exchange Student, you're like, okay, well, these are both the same cost and the same rarity and the same thing.
These aren't the same card.
And they're not the same card. Last card for Witherbloom is Root Manipulation. This is 5 mana, so 3 black-green for a sorcery, uncommon. It says, until end of turn, creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain menace, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. So here's your pest payoff. You know, if you just end up with a pile of 1/1s, Root Manipulation can end the game pretty easily. +2/+2 and menace makes that does make blocking extremely difficult. It's also sneaky good with just big creatures, right? Like these, whenever you give menace, sometimes it's just like, I have a 3/4, a 4/4, and another 4/4, and you're just like Root Manipulation, and even a board that you didn't have good attacks in before all of a sudden becomes a big problem. Obviously, the downside is that if your board is whittled down or isn't big, or if you're not really in a position where this can win you the game, you know, or force your opponent to make uncomfortable blocks or whatever, then it kind of does nothing, which is a big downside. But this is like, it's powerful stuff for 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, it does require you to have a board, but how many creatures do you think you need before this becomes good?
3.
3? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that seems like the number.
Yeah.
There's a lot of life totals where this card does really good work, and there's a lot of life totals looking at both sides where it's not going to be that good. I think it's probably a good card. I do think it will be dead some amount of the time. Getting 3 to 4 life back means you can attack all out with a little bit more confidence. And menace when you're attacking with 3 creatures requires there are 2 creatures instead of, they have 3 creatures out and you have 3 creatures out and they can block 1 of your creatures because menace it stacks really nicely when you have multiple creatures attacking.
Yeah, and like a basic use case might be something like you have a 2/2 and 2 3/3s or something. Like I'm getting, these are not exciting cards, right? And that's what, 14 damage that you're able to send over, plus you
gaining 3 life.
Yeah. And of course, if the game has gone long, if you have a bunch of pests, if you have a few big creatures, if you have, just kind of anything that cares about hitting the opponent, like this goes up. The downside is real, so we can't ignore it though. It has that conditional nature, but I don't know. It does feel like this is one of the few cards in your deck that could steal games where other cards couldn't, and that does have some value.
It's a finisher.
Yeah.
Do you want a finisher? Yeah,
I don't know.
The main question.
I don't really know. I would go C+ on Root Manipulation and see how
I don't have it at B
the
level.
Archetype goes. I don't either. Not for a finisher. Finishers are not high on the priority list. Usually finishing the game.
There's just a lot of cards that can finish the game, and a card that requires you to have a bunch of creatures in play is obviously like you've already done a decent amount of work there. Yeah, but it's a powerful card. I like C+ for Root Manipulation. Yeah. It's the kind of card that you'll put in decks, and it's rarely going to perform at C+ level. It's going to perform at like B+ level or D+ level. There's not that many places it can go.
The other good shortcut for cards like this that I like to use is take something that costs the same amount of mana and is at the same rarity. So any 5 mana creature that's in this color pair, even if it's a common, and really ask yourself, how much worse would that card be than this? And in other situations, like ones where you're behind, how much better would it be? And a lot of times you'll find that just a random 5/5 common or 5-mana common in the color pair will perform better in most scenarios than root manipulation. But in a few cases, root manipulation would be like the best card in the set. It might be the only card that actually matters. So that's kind of how I like to break it down in my head. Okay, what do we got next? Lorehold. First one up is Carol History Buff. This is red-white for a 2/3 legendary vampire cleric. This one's uncommon. And it says whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, Carol becomes prepared. And what is his spell? It's called Pack-a-Punch. It is 1 red-white for a sorcery that says mill a card. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. It gains trample until end of turn. So 2 mana, 2/3. If you get to flash something back or have it for any other reason leave, then it becomes prepared. Then you can cast Pack-a-Punch, and then maybe you can get the train rolling with the mill card into another thing and then do stuff. It is a 2 mana, 2/3 at base though, which is already fine, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to be always happy to play this card because it's again the same sort of thing where like your Lorehold decks are going to be doing this thing because what else are you doing? Why are you playing Lorehold if that's not the case? And so you and your opponent are both going to, I think, rightfully assume like this is going to be a threatening card. And once you cast Pack-a-Punch once, you feel like you've gotten paid off, I would say.
I think so. Yeah, it is slow. It is clunky. It does require some things to go right, but they put the floor high enough that you can be patient. You can say, sure, I'll just wait. I would go B- for Carol History Buff. It is a little on the clunkier side mana wise. This doesn't have that really clean line of like,
it doesn't have a clean curve. Like when you're looking at it, you're like, what am I going to do with this? And it's like, well, I don't know yet exactly.
Right. I'll have it on the battlefield for a while and then we'll see is kind of how it plays out. And that's okay. I don't think that makes it bad. What do you think for Carol? I said C+.
I like B-, I think. Okay. It's close, but a 2 mana 2/3 that has a pretty threatening ability in the game is, I think, a fine card. Like I think you're mostly going to be happy with that card.
Reasonable. Next up is Lorehold Charm. This is red-white for an instant. At uncommon, choose one of 3 options. You can have each opponent sacrifice a non-token artifact of their choice. Womp. Or you can return target artifact or creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Nice. Or you can have creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. That's all your creatures.
Yeah, this looks like the worst charm we've seen so far.
Definitely.
Like
way more conditional.
Like none of these things are going to do much in the first 4 turns of the game. So 5 turns of the game, 6 turns of the game. I don't know. Like,
right. It's somehow the late game charm out of red-white for 2 mana. And these are all conditional. I mean, highly conditional. Like the first one is almost irrelevant. It's so conditional. Yeah. The second one is like, sure, you're getting a 2-drop at best back for your 2 mana. That this is nothing to jump out of your seat about, right? You're not even up a card or up mana on the exchange. And then the last one can end the game under certain specific circumstances, but every other circumstance it doesn't. I mean, I guess you could even use it defensively if you needed to. But I mean, that's really the only one that it's a combat trick, right? Like,
yeah, this is more a combat trick than anything else. The one thing I like the most about it is that the second mode does trigger all the Lorehold stuff. So like you're never cutting this in a Lorehold deck. That's not what's going to
instant speed here. Trigger Lorehold stuff and you're even money. Yeah, okay, you're right. That's actually pretty good. Still, I assume the Lorehold charm's on the lower end of. I mean, definitely worse than the charms that we've seen so far. Like, is it even a C? I guess that's my first question. Is Lorehold Charm a C?
It's a C.
Okay.
+1/+1 and trample on all your creatures is a pretty strong ability.
It is.
And the returning a creature back from the graveyard to trigger your stuff and get a little value, that seems fine. I don't know what's up with the artifact thing, but
Right.
you know.
Okay, so we'll go C on Lorehold Charm. Next is Molten Note. This is white red X for a sorcery at uncommon. It says Molten Note deals damage to target creature equal to the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Well, that's interesting. And then it says untap all creatures you control. This is a sorcery, by the way. So just to be clear, that does include the red and the white mana then, rather than just the normal
Right.
X.
So it's an X spell that 2 mana deal 2, 3 mana deal 3, etc.
Wow.
And then you untap all your creatures. So I guess that is the idea, to like attack and then post combat Molten Note.
Yes, which is very awkward. And then it also has flashback. Its flashback cost is 6 white red. So that is how much you've paid for it at that point, right?
Yeah. So that's just going to deal 8.
It just locks in at 8. You can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. This is a strange card, but I don't really care. Like, you could also just erase untap all creatures you control, and I don't think it would change my evaluation really at all.
You're going to play an X deal X because again, the red white spotted for free. So it's 2 mana deal 2, 3 mana deal 3, all the way up the curve.
It's amazing.
With flashback, 8 mana deal 8. Yeah, you're going to play that card.
That just kills 2 creatures. I mean, that's what that does.
It's a B. I mean, it's just there's just not much wrong with that.
2 for 1 removal that is efficient versus the normal X spell that isn't. Next is Pursue the Past, yet another red-white spell. This one's a sorcery at common, and it says you gain 2 life. You may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. And this one also has flashback for 2 red-white, so 4 mana on flashback. Hey, if you're going to dirtle, like, give me some life in there so I can have a little cushion, right?
And the flashback, I mean, obviously, you know, as we know, it triggers all your Lorehold stuff, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, I'm liking Pursue the Past.
Yeah, looks like a C.
This looks like a C.
Yeah,
like if you're playing the Lorehold deck, I just can't really imagine not wanting this card in my deck.
Agreed. This is a pure engine card. I mean, it just stocks up your graveyard with other flashback spells plus itself. I would say, though, that you probably have to be careful about how many Pursue the Past you run. I mean, if you could just discard them to each other, then you get the like looter argument going. But it is a sorcery speed.
It's a little clunky.
Not doing a whole lot. Yeah. Next up is Spirit Mascot. So you thought you liked cards that cost red and a white. Here's another one. This one's a 2/2 common Spirit Ox. And it says, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature.
Yeah. So this is the you know, do the schools thing and get paid for it sort of deal.
Yep. So basically you want to start the game off with your Spirit Mascot on 2 and then set up for doing the thing. You know, the knock on this archetype is that it's clunky, right? Flashback basically always costs more mana than it did, you know, to cast prior. And that's when you actually get these triggers, not when you fire off the thing at face value. And it was kind of the failure of Lorehold in the first version of the set. So the question is, you know, are there enough non-flashback ways to trigger this ability in the set? If there are, like ones that, you know, we've seen here where it just removes a card from your graveyard and then your Spirit Mascot grows, this card could be very, very strong, a really solid common for this deck. But if you're waiting around to start flashing back stuff for 4 or 5, you know, we've seen an 8 mana one. That's just a little too slow and a little too late, I think, for the Spirit Mascot. So to me, you know, maybe it's just the bad taste in my mouth from original Strixhaven Lorehold, but, you know, I'd start off a little on the lower side, like a C- for the mascot, but I would be delighted if this thing's like a C+ and, you know, you can kind of routinely get stuff out of your graveyard without having to pay big flashback costs.
I think it's probably going to be closer to a C than a C+, but I think your Lorehold decks are typically going to play it.
Okay. All right. C-ish.
That's my guess, at least.
For Spirit Mascot. I hope that's true. That's the best case. Next is Practiced Scrollsmith. This one costs red, white, and a red-white hybrid. So 3 mana total for a 3/2 dwarf cleric at uncommon. It's got first strike. So 3 mana, 3/2 first strike. And when this creature enters, exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard. Until the end of your next turn, you may cast that card. Wow, that is awesome. Gets a card
really
out
cool.
And gets you some card advantage.
Yeah, it also does, it triggers all your stuff. So yeah, like you said, like it gets a card out. So it's like you will play this card sometimes when you don't even intend on casting the spell.
Right. Now it is non-creature, non-land. So you're hitting like instant sorceries, maybe an artifact.
Yeah, you do have to do a little bit of work. It's not, to make sure you have a target. It's not a complete freebie. I like B for practice. No, B plus for practice Scrollsmith. It's a 3/2 first strike.
3/2 first strike, potential 2-for-1 that triggers all your stuff. I like B plus for the Scrollsmith as well. That's another one of those like hallmark cards where if that one's not good, then the archetype flopped. Next up is Borrowed Knowledge. This is 2 red white for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says choose one. You've got 2 options. First, you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to the number of cards in target opponent's hand. Oh, that's cool. Or you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. So this is like full dirtle. Like this is a 4-mana sorcery and that's all it does. Like you get nothing on board, but man, that is desirable in Lorehold, right? Like to just, like wouldn't you would be thrilled to just dump your hand, stock up your graveyard. It's just you have to pay 4 mana at sorcery speed.
I think this card's bad. I think it's like a F actually. Like
the problem is, there's no way this card can be good, right? Like
no. The problem I have with this card is that you need, in order to draw a lot of cards on it, you have to cast it pretty quickly. And if you cast it pretty quickly, you're not getting that much out of it.
Nope.
So like you're discarding your hand to draw that many cards. Like that's not very impressive. I don't know. This just looks like an F. Borrowed Knowledge looks no good to me.
Right. It would be broken, but this is the desirable effect. Like you would love to be able to do it if it were cheap, if it cost 1 mana or 0 mana or whatever, 2 mana even. You might be interested in just ditching your hand and getting those cards back because having cards in graveyard for Lorehold is so important, but you cannot, especially at sorcery speed, pay 4 mana and just be like, your move. I mean, your opponent is going to absolutely run you over. So yeah, I would
as
just
well
give
they should.
that.
Yeah.
Yes. Next up is Startled Relic Sloth. Oh, you don't want to wake this guy up.
No.
This is 2 red white for a 4/4 sloth beast. It's uncommon. It has both trample and lifelink, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. What a cool design. You can nab your opponent's stuff, but you can also just trigger Lorehold on your side.
Yeah, really cool. And it even happens right away at the beginning of combat. So even if they kill it before you get an attack in, it's still like pretty nice.
I'm going to, here it is, Luis. You from now on are going to be the Startled Relic Sloth, and I'm going to be, we haven't got to it yet, but I'm going to be the Colossus of the Blood Age. How do you,
okay.
Is that, we'll refer to ourselves only in those terms and demand everybody else does. Anyway, the Startled Relic Sloth looks pushed across the board to me, and it looks like a B+.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Next up is Wilt in the Heat. This is same cost, 2 red white for an instant, at common. And it says this spell costs 2 less to cast if 1 or more cards left your graveyard this turn. Again, looking for free ways to do this is becoming more and more important. And we've seen a few already. It says Wilt in the Heat deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So we have a 4 mana instant that kills most creatures, and it can even get cheaper at just 2. That's nice for a common.
Yeah, I mean you're happy enough casting this for 5 mana, and then sometimes it's going to cost 2 mana when
for 4.
Sorry, that's what I meant, 4 mana. Yeah. But when you're doing your thing, it's really nice.
Really nice. I still, it's still a 1-for-1 removal spell. It's still 4 mana baseline to cast. That it is difficult to make those profitable. This one can be because 5 damage actually does kill things that cost 5 and 6 mana. But, your basic use case is it is going to be break even or less unless you can trigger the thing. Then if you can, I think it becomes, premium level removal.
Yeah, for sure.
So, overall, I think I would give it a C+ for Wilt in the Heat. Not assuming that you can just always have it for 2 mana. If you could, I would give it a B.
The better this becomes. If your deck is just an awesome, perfect Lorehold deck, then this is like a B.
Yes, exactly. And now
build
it's
your
me,
own Terminate.
the Colossus of the Blood Age.
Colossus.
What do? I am a 4 white, red, 6/6 artifact creature. I'm a construct at uncommon. And it says when this creature enters, it deals 3 damage to each opponent and you gain 3 life. And when this creature dies, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. Man, yeah, this thing's just clowning borrowed knowledge too. I mean, obviously there are different, grade of card, but still, like, this allows you to, pitch those last couple of cards, and you even get a bonus card out of the deal. And by the way, it's a 6 mana 6/6 that helixes them when it ETBs. I mean, that's just a lot.
Yeah, this looks awesome. My inclination is to give it a B, but it could even be a B+. Like the gaining 3 life part is just such a big upside where it's just like you play this, even if they kill it, you maybe get to do the discard some cards and draw a card and you gain 3 life.
Right. These are the type of cards that are really great at stabilizing. I still just like B for Colossus of the Blood Age.
I would give it a B. I wouldn't quite give it a B+, but it is very good.
And very annoyingly, I think the Startled Relic Sloth is much better. So that's really, I planted my flag a little too soon. That brings us to the Promised Land, Quandrix. Let's see how good it is. Please be good. First up is Cuboid Colony. This is that one that we mentioned. It's blue-green for a 1/1 flash flying trample. It's an insect at uncommon. So you got a 2 mana 1/1 with those abilities, but it has the spotlight mechanic for Quandrix, which is increment. And again, that's whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, this thing gets a +1/+1 counter. So this is only a 1/1. Theoretically, you cast it on 2, and then for the next few turns, it's picking up +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, really easily becomes a 2/2 and a 3/3. Mm-hmm. And then to make it a 4/4, you have to play a 4-mana spell. That's really not that hard.
This is a ramp deck, yeah.
This just looks awesome. I would give Cuboid Colony a B. Like, it will be a bad top deck, but if you have this in your opening hand, it's like a 2-mana 4/4 flying. It takes a few turns to get up there, but you get effectively that value. Yeah.
I love it already. Sure. Cuboid Colony B. Next is Growth Curve. This is green-blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. Oh man, I saw growth and my mind was thinking rampant growth. This is the other kind. This is make some creature massive. What do you think about cards like this, Luis? Because this is definitely, verging into that win more kind of vibe, right? Where like if you're doing the increment thing and you already have a nice big creature, it's often not in your best interest to try to double down on it. In this case, kind of literally by, throwing an uncommon pump spell at it that just leverages their removal even more. That said, if you are doing the increment thing, this can make one of your creatures just huge at sorcery speed.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing better than winning is winning more, but I don't think this card's going to have a great record when you put it in your deck.
Sorcery speed's rough too.
Yeah,
I would go D on Growth Curve. I just think that like if you're doing the increment thing, you're going to be generating value and winning the game, and this isn't the way.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's the card you want.
Dude,
Terrafractal.
Is this the best card name I've ever seen in my entire life?
Terrafractal's pretty good.
Terrafractal. That is so good. Oh my God, that's good. It is green blue X for a 1/0. Well, that's not good. It's a dinosaur fractal. at common, it has flying, but it says this creature enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. And when this creature enters, you gain 2 life. So what is it if I do 2? It's a 3/2 flying for 4.
If you spend 4 mana, yeah, you get a 3/2 flying, gain 2, which is fine.
Actually, that's
but
okay, yeah.
It's not like amazing.
Is this kind of meant to be playable at that range, but then since this deck can produce quite a bit of
2/1
mana,
flying gain 2 is not that bad either.
not that
honestly.
bad, right? So like that. So let's say the 1 mana for X, 2 mana for X. You're like, sure, but this deck can make a ton of mana, right? I mean, it has some ramp elements to it. So this is like late in the game. You're like, sure, I'll just spend 7 mana on my Terrafractal, and it's huge. Is that kind of the idea?
It seems to me like one of the things that's cool about this card is like you would have imagined this was going to be an uncommon in a lot of the cases.
Right.
But at this point, it's a common, which is pretty cool. I think this is a C+ common. The fact that it's a good 3 mana play, a good 4 mana play, and then, gets bigger and better from there on, that works pretty nicely for me.
You can play it for 2, right? Just gain the 2.
Yeah, if you're desperate, yes, you can.
Next up is Quandrix Charm. This is blue-green for an instant. Choose one of 3 options. It is uncommon. Counter target spell unless this controller pays 2. Oof. Destroy target enchantment, or target creature has base, power, and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. Cool. That's good. The first one is a flexible counter spell.
It's a quench with a bunch of upside.
Yeah. That's how I see it. Quench with upside.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fine.
Really fits well in this deck. One thing of note, right, is that if you make your creature a 5/5, any of the +1/+1 counters on it, just make it bigger than that. And that is kind of one of the core things for this. So, you could attack with a creature that looks pretty big and make it absolutely massive at instant speed here. Destroy target enchantment is the least, powerful, but when it's good, it's great. So I like Quandrix Charm. Your framing to me is exactly how I see it. It's quench with upside. And that's pretty good. B- for Quandrix Charm?
I'd probably just give it a B. I think this card's going to play out pretty nicely. Yeah.
B for Quandrix Charm. Next is Paradox Surveyor. This is blue-green and a blue-green hybrid. So 3 mana for a 3/3 elf druid at uncommon. It's got reach. And when this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card or a card with X in its mana cost from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That's great. For 5 mana, you're going to hit, for 5 cards, you're going to hit a land like the vast majority of times.
Oh, yeah.
And then, that's pretty cool that they give you a little bit of a late game nod there with the X spell, because you're probably not going to have that many cards with X spells in your deck, more in this archetype than others, but still not that many total. But it gives you the chance, if you end up, ripping your Paradox Surveyor, on turn 8 of hitting even a Terrafractal.
Spells are common too.
Yeah. So that's cool.
They're making it a little bit more likely, but yes, I think it's pretty cool that I think you could end up with a deck that has like 3 or 4 X spells without too much trouble.
And you have
which means that this mostly gets a land and then sometimes picks up a card that at that point in the game you probably are interested in seeing.
B.
Yeah, I like B for this.
3/3, like you
pretty much all the hybrid stuff is going to end up being about that, is my guess.
Proctor's Gaze is next. This is 2 green, blue for an instant at uncommon. And it says, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
So you rampant growth plus bounce at instant speed. I'm in for this.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, any card that says put a land into play or get a land, you're just like always like, oh yeah, I'm in. That sounds great.
Total. That is true. I'm a sucker for that. But this is, because the downside, right, of playing cards like rampant growth is that you leave yourself a bit vulnerable during that time period, right, where you're not really affecting the board. this shores that up. I mean, this just says, well, I'm a little behind on board, but now we're even because I bounce your thing, but I get my land. And you can even do this at instant speed where, you can use it to blank a combat, or even better, you can bounce it on end step and really set them back time-wise and then untap and do something big. I like B- for Proctor's Gaze. I may be a little high on that, but that's where I'm going to go. What are you going to say?
I would give it a C+. I think you are maybe a little high.
Fair. Tam Observant Sequencer is next. This is 2 blue-green for a 4/3 legendary Gorgon Wizard at uncommon. And this one actually has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Tam becomes prepared. Tam's spell is Deep Sight. It is blue-green for a sorcery that says you draw a card and gain a life.
You like this card too?
My God. These cards are just like I actually don't want to play the set just in case Quandrix is bad, because I'll be so disappointed, because this is like the dirtiest. Like, this is exactly what I want to be doing. Like landfall, deep sight, keep the engine rolling, but they don't make it too easy, right? Like you still have to pay. And
No, you're going to get down to like 8 life, but then you have lots of lands and cards, and then things will start going well.
I want that tension. So 4 mana, 4/3. And as you mentioned before, a lot of times you want to play these things off curve, right? Like, so much better if you can immediately do it. I guess, though, the problem is you can't deep sight that same turn either. So you're just going to play this on 4, because you're not going to wait till 6, right?
No, I think well, it's less necessarily waiting till 6 and deciding, like, because 4 and 6 are the 2 breakpoints. Playing it on 5 doesn't really get you that much.
Doesn't do much.
Yeah, I think that most of the time you're going to want to run it out on 4, but it depends what's in their deck. You'll know a little bit more at that point.
Right. Can I just go B on Tam Observant Sequencer, or is it even a little better?
Yeah, you could go B. I think it's probably closer to a B- just because it's kind of expensive and you do have to up on top with it.
Right.
But
funky.
But Fair it's enough. Certainly something that could work out.
Next is Embrace the Paradox. That is 3 blue-green for an instant at common. Draw 3 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Luis, I'm so all in for Quandrix.
Narcissus wants to draft Quandrix right now.
Right now. I mean, we talked about this type of card, an episode or 2 ago. I love this type of card. The one that gets you cards plus ramp and keeps that tension high because you're spending 5 mana to not do a whole lot, but then you get to untap and do a whole lot. I love cards like this. Where do you want to be at on a grade for it, though? This is 5 mana, and nothing happens to the board of consequence the turn that you cast it. That is a very steep cost. Like, you cannot, afford to play 2 of these in most games and still have a chance of winning. 1, probably, but, it makes it a little less.
I think it's probably about a C+ level card, but you're right that they don't really get better in multiples. Like, right. You don't need a second one most of the times. You might want to because you want to draw your first one, but you don't really need to cast a second Embrace the Paradox. You've already ramped and drawn a bunch of cards. Like, what else are you waiting for?
Right. Yeah, I mean, my gut says it's probably like a C. I mean, this is in Modern Era Limited, really, really steep cost to pay. But I mean, I'll draft it at a B level. Who are we kidding? Next up is Fractal Tender. This is our other preview card. This is the 3 blue-green, 3/3 Elf Wizard at uncommon. It's got Ward 2. It has Increment. And it says, at the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature this turn, then you get a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put 3+1/+1 counters on it. The thing that's interesting about it is it has Increment, so it has the ability to pick up these counters anyway. But if there's any other way to put a counter on it, you also would still get the 3/3. So
yeah, it only cares if you do it once. So it's not you're not getting like tons and tons of value in that sense. Like, putting 3 counters on it doesn't make 3 fractals or whatever, but it's still obviously just an awesome card.
It is. And I mean, it does trigger on each end step. Like, if you have some type of counter engine going, you could play it, put 1 on it, get a thing, go to their turn, put 1 on it. I don't know if that exists, but I mean, this card is clearly dangerous. It's very threatening to the opponent. It has Ward 2 to protect itself. The ceiling is extremely high on Fractal Tender. The question is, do you actually get to untap or have that thing like I just described often enough to make it worth it? That's the question mark to me. And I'm not sure. It is a 5-mana 3/3. Like, you are paying a cost to get this engine rolling for sure.
Ward helps. I mean, at the stage of the game where you play this, if you play this turn 5 pass, they can probably kill it and pay for the ward. But if they don't, you probably just win, because they couldn't kill this, and then next turn you're getting a free 3/3 plus this is getting bigger, and it's just like things keep going from there. So
right.
I think Fractal Tender looks like a B- to me.
Yeah.
So there is one thing to note is there is a kind of a dive down, a blue give a creature +0/+3 and hexproof card. And that card is a really nice combo. You play this on turn 6 and you can kind of scoop things up.
Yeah, because I mean, the games where Fractal Tender survives and you're doing the thing, it'll be an A. I mean, it just will straight up take over the entire game. But yeah, in the meantime, you spend 5 mana and have it killed. Less good. B, B-, B+, depending on, your build and who you're playing against or what deck you're playing against for Fractal Tender. Last Quandrix card is Fractal Mascot. This is 4 blue-green for a 6/6 Fractal Elk. Look at that. Look at Elmer. Oh, man. He's all shiny. It's a common trampler, by the way. So 6 mana, 6/6 trample. And it says, when this creature enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. How does that compare for you versus like gaining some life? We look at these big 6 mana kind of common ramp payoffs as, we one thing we really value is gaining life or maybe creating a 1/1 token, something that help you survive to the next turn. This certainly does that.
Yeah, I think the Fractal Mascot is it's comparable to the gain 4 thing, but a little better when you're being aggressive, or a lot better. And sometimes it'll be like, will this tap down a 4/4? It's often going to tap down something slightly smaller. So maybe it would be better if it was gain 4, but I think it's pretty close. Okay. So, and that's balanced by the fact that it is also better when you're being aggressive. So that's pretty important too.
Yeah, and then it is important to note the trample on Fractal Mascot, because a 6/6 trample is big. Yeah, it's just, it will often be the biggest creature on the battlefield. And if you've ramped it out a turn early, dude, that's a big swing, right? Like, if you take any of these spells that have that ramp component that we mentioned and you play them before this and run this thing out on turn 5, it is almost guaranteed to be the biggest creature and lock down their best creature for, a turn cycle as well. That is a valuable ramp target. And the fact that the first place that our minds went is, could I gain life? How can I use this as a way to stabilize if I've gone Embrace the Paradox and I took a big hit? Fractal Mascot helps me stabilize the board pretty quickly. So it's checking both boxes. I can't really ask for more than that.
Yeah, I agree.
See? I mean, I'm not going to jump out of my chair, but
yeah.
Oh my God, Luis, this Quandrix looks so sweet. Okay. We are now going to go to blue. It'll be funny. There's not that many cards left. So many gold cards.
Yeah, we front loaded it on doing all the multicolor.
But really, honestly, this is one of the upsides to a 5 archetype build, is that you do feel like you have a much better understanding of what they do before you go in. And I like that for newer players who are listening, who are like, okay, I got my feet under me. I know what each archetype's doing. With 10, it can be a little daunting. Okay, our first blue card up is Chase Inspiration. It's blue for an instant at common, and it says target creature you control gets +0/+3 and gains hexproof until end of turn. So that's the one you were just mentioning, Luis.
Yeah, and if you've got good creatures to protect, this card's awesome. 1 mana to save a creature. Like, this card always works pretty well. I would give it a C.
I agree. These overperform.
It's just 1 mana, and it's hexproof and +0/+3. There's not much that's killing your creature when that's what's happening.
Exactly. Next up is Divergent Equation. It is blue XX for an instant at uncommon, and it says return up to X target instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand, and then you exile this.
So it's 3 mana to get 1 back, 5 mana to get 2 back. At instant speed, it can like play to Opus and Increment. And that's one thing is that, Opus and Increment overlap pretty heavily in like what they're looking for. I think one of these is like a finisher. Doesn't sound crazy to me, but I do think it's the sort of thing that is not a card I'm going to heavily prioritize at all.
Yeah, I agree. One at most. Very situational.
So it's like a D or a build around C, whatever you want to call it. Like imagine you're a control deck where you get to spend a bunch of time casting removal spell, and you cast this for 7 mana. It seems like you'd probably be pretty happy with how that all played out.
Next up is Fractal Anomaly. This is blue for an instant and uncommon. It says create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn.
So this is a payoff for, being good at drawing cards. I mean, casting a draw 3, then playing this, because it counts the card in your turn for your draw steps. So casting a draw 3 and then casting this as a 1 mana 4/4 sounds pretty good. It's a good way to make up on tempo for when you do want to cast your card draw spell.
Yeah, I think the hard part is that the baseline use case of casting it on your turn with just, as a 1/1 is below the bar for sure. So but then it kind of jumps, right? Like now you kind of want to get to a 3/3 or a 4/4 out of the deal for the 1 mana. Being an instant means you really want to do it on your opponent's turn. I don't know. It's starting to be like I'm having to craft a scenario that's probably not that realistic to make Fractal Anomaly really good, but it is really good in that scenario.
Yeah. How often, like you do have the buyout of it just being a 1/1, like, which obviously that's not good, but it means it's not a dead card. Like the fact that it's always going to do something is pretty nice. And one thing that is a bummer is Embrace the Paradox. The draw 3 puts the land into play tapped.
I know.
So you don't get to go turn 5, play this, play a land, play Fractal.
Totally. Because that would have been, that probably still will happen. Just you have to do it later. I'm interested in Fractal Anomaly. I'm interested. I'm skeptical, but interested, I guess is what I would say.
Yeah, I would probably give it like a D, but in some decks it's going to be closer to a B. If it's reliably, like this is a card, I want to be clear that I think the card has a lot of potential because this isn't like, oh, let's look back on the set review. What card did we miss on? We didn't miss that this card could be really good. I just think we're going to have to see a little bit more about what those decks look like in order to see how often this makes up for the fact that you spent a bunch of time drawing cards.
Right. And I'm with you, by the way. I would start it off at D. Like this is a difficult card to make great. Next is Fractalize. This is blue X for an instant and uncommon. And it says until end of turn, target creature becomes a green and blue fractal with base power and toughness, each equal to X +1. So this is a combat trick?
Well, it's an interesting one because for 1 mana, you can make their creature into a 1/1 base.
Oh,
but for like 5 mana, you can make your creature into a 4/4 base. And if you have a fractal that has a bunch of counters on it, this is +1/+1 or more, depending on how much you pump into it. Like imagine you have a 3 counter, like a 3/3 fractal. If you spend 3 mana on this, now it's a 5/5.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's pretty strong.
That is very flexible when you factor in the fact that you could shrink down your opponent's creature. So
that's
do
where
that,
I think you're going to cast it most of the time.
You would just pay blue, and their thing becomes a 1/1 base. That's right.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And against most decks, that's going to be a 1/1. Like
exactly.
Don't cast this on their fractals in the mirror. Is all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. No, I like that. That's really cool. I mean, it's a kind of a mid pump spell, but if you factor in instant speed shrieking down a blocker, that's a complete game changer for a card like this. I like it. Yeah, I would give this like a C+ or maybe even a B-. Like if it's just a removal spell a decent chunk of the time.
Yeah, I like C+, I think, but I think it definitely has some good stuff going on.
Next up is Procrastinate. This is a timely one for tax season.
I'm interested to see what you think about this card.
Okay, it's blue X for a sorcery at common. And it says tap target creature, put twice X stun counters on it. Wow. So the question becomes, can we just call this a removal spell, or at what point can we just call this removal, right?
Yeah. And I think, imagine you spend 3 mana, their thing's 4 stun counters. You spend 4 mana, their thing has 6 stun counters. Like, I was kind of set to look at this card and think like, no, this just doesn't seem like amazing. It's just a expensive stun. But it's like, no, it's kind of just a removal spell.
That's so many stun counters.
Yeah, you can get to the point where like they're coming back, you know. It's done. So I kind of like C on Procrastinate. I think it's actually just like a fine spell. I think you're right.
It just feels like it's just gonna meaningfully lock down anything. These are counters, right? You could put this on your guy on our preview card. Get the 3/3 fractal out of the deal.
Yeah.
You'd have to tap it down.
If you wanted to, you could.
Banishing Betrayal is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Surveil 1. Sure.
Yeah, this one looks because there's 3 pseudo removal spells in blue, not even counting Essence Scatter. So there's Procrastinate, there's Banishing Betrayal, and then there's another one of the put a card on top, run behind, put a card on top or bottom. Mm-hmm. And I think the Banishing Betrayal is likely the worst one. Yeah. Bounce Surveil 1 is fine, but it's just not something I'm like that excited about, you know?
Right. I agree. This looks like a C- or something.
Yeah. So you can play it if you need to, but it's just not a card I'm really going to spend a lot of early picks on.
Next card has been really performing well, especially in Modern Era Limited. It's Essence Scatter, 1 and a blue instant common counter target creature spell. I mean, creatures are the most important thing in Limited, and having an efficient answer for them when creatures are effectively always relevant is good. I mean, it's 2 mana. It's a lot of the time you end up ahead on the exchange.
I think Essence Scatter has a pretty good chance of just being the best blue common. I would give it probably a B-. One thing to note is that this is a spell-heavy format in terms of themes, in terms of people spending 5 or 6 mana on spells like instants and sorceries in order to do stuff. Right. So there are going to be times when Essence Scatter really doesn't do the trick for you.
That's true. Some matchups a little better than others, but yeah, it's still just C+ B- range. Like the efficiency is just so hard to ignore.
Yeah.
Next is Flow State. This is 1 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If there's an instant card and a sorcery card in your graveyard, instead put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Sweet.
Yeah, so it starts at sorcery speed anticipate, and then if you have an instant or sorcery, all of a sudden you get to keep 2 of the 3. Turns into a little expressive iteration of sorts. Yeah. I don't mind it.
I like that. Yeah, that's a sweet little card draw spell, good at any point in the game. I guess I would give it a B-. I mean, assuming you can get an instant and a sorcery, and I mean, if it's turn 6 or 7 and you have that and you top deck Flow State, like you are in business, right? You're getting 2 of the best top 3 cards of your library. I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think B- is right for Flow State. The main thing I would caution people on is just cast this card on turn 2. Like
right. Hit your land drop.
You don't need to save it to try to get an additional card if it's going to cost you. So I think people are maybe a little bit more prone to do that than you might want. But yeah, it's a good card. Like I'm always happy to play this card.
Yeah. Next up is Hydro Channeler. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Wizard at common. It taps to add blue, but you can only spend the mana to cast an instant or sorcery spell. It also has another activated ability. 1, tap it, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this card because this is another one that looks like it could be quite good.
Definitely.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's going to end up playing out.
Yeah, it just feels like with stuff having like flashback or X spells and all that stuff that a Hydro Channeler is going to be put to good use. And, you're getting a 1/3 for 2 mana, so at least it's an okay blocker. Not a good blocker, but, the extra point of toughness is appreciated there. I'd give it a C for Hydro Channeler. I think you're probably going to want to play cards like this in the decks that have a bunch of that stuff. Next is Landscape Painter. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Wizard at common, and it enters prepared. Its spell is called Vibrant Idea. It's 4 and a blue for a sorcery that says draw 2 cards.
I mean, 2 mana, 2/1, and later in the game you just spend 5 mana to draw 2 cards. Sounds pretty good.
It's okay.
I think that the main thing to keep in mind with this is just trade it off early. You don't need to be trying to save this to get your 2 cards. Like I don't think you should spend. You should not pay big costs to do that.
Yeah, these are both mediocre cards. And so this thing, you're really kind of trying to leverage the sum of its parts, right? You're trying to say, well, you got to get something out of both of these sides on average to make it really good. But I agree with you. If you are presented with a situation where you're going to try to be greedy and go for your Vibrant Idea, I would not do that.
Yeah.
Next is Muse Seeker. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/2 elf wizard at uncommon. It has Opus, draw a card. Then if it's big Opus, you can cast, then discard a card unless 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell. So it's
a looter. It's a looter when you play spells, except if you Opus the spell, then it's no longer a looter. It just straight up draws.
I like that. Instant or sorcery. Yeah, that's sweet. I mean, the big question mark for many of these is, how many instants and sorceries are we actually running in a good version of these decks, right? Because I think we're thinking like a whole lot of them, but, unless there's a bunch that make creatures, that was kind of the key. Like, for example, in the first set where there was multiple spells that triggered and cared about things that trigger instants and sorceries, but the effect of them was to make like a token creature or something like that, so you could still build out a board. And that usually ends up being the difference, because if all of them are card draw and, manipulating other cards and maybe some removal in there or whatever, there is a limit on how many of those you can play and still have a functional deck. I would assume that Muse Seeker is going to be very good. Like I would be very aggressive about playing my Muse Seekers and taking them and stuff until proven otherwise.
Muse Seeker looks awesome. Like I think that you're gonna just be happy to play this card. Your opponent's gonna assume that it's gonna do good things, and by virtue of being a looter, it's gonna find you more spells. So
right.
I don't think you're gonna miss out there.
I would go B on Muse Seeker.
Yeah, I like B for that. It just looks like a really nice one.
Next is Tester of the Tangential. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/1 Djinn Wizard at uncommon. It has Increment, and it says at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay X. When you do, move X +1/+1 counters from this creature onto another creature. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely annoying for the opponent. You just play this thing on turn 2, and then all you have to do is just cast your spells as normal. And then I like that. The ability to move the counters off at some point is kind of cool. Downsides to this card, well, it is very fragile. It's a 2 mana 1/1, so they could just kill it. And the other one, of course, is that, on turn 2, you're happy. If you draw it later, you're quite a bit less happy, I would say.
I mean, this really just asks the question, is a 2 mana 1/1 increment card good?
Yes.
Because if the answer is yes, which I believe it is, then this card's totally fine. And the fact that it can start offloading the counters, I mean, that's just nice.
Where do you want to go for it? Like, is it a C? Is it a C plus? I mean, I wouldn't put this into B
Probably
range.
a C plus.
Yeah,
I don't think it's quite B range, but it's honestly not that far.
Not that far.
Like, when you play this on turn 2, it's just going to be a 3/3 in 2 turns really easily.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to be challenging. And then once it is, like, you're just like, gonna be able to start moving counters around because this is going to be one of your more valuable cards, which shrinks this and lets it do its thing again. I think it's going to work out pretty nicely.
Yeah, and I think it has that quality that you mentioned too, which is that if you play it on turn 2, your opponent's going to want to kill it. Like they're not going to want to just be like, yeah, let's let this game go.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a 2-drop that has a lot of value over the course of the game. I like that.
Next up is Deluge Virtuoso. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard at common. It says, when this creature enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And then it has Opus. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was spent, then this creature gets +2/+2 instead. Until
so it's a Frost Lynx that has kind of prowess.
Yes.
And double prowess on your expensive cards.
I mean, it's weird because we've had a couple of these Frostlink style cards that have flopped. When I see these, I'm like, this has to be good, right? But now I don't know.
I think so. Frostlinks used to be quite good. It's fallen a bit from there. Like I don't think I no longer am like, oh, Frostlinks, that's going to be awesome. I just don't think that that's generally the case anymore. But how much extra stuff do we need on our common Frostlinks before we think it's good? It's like, is like, are you not entertained? Is this not good enough?
No kidding. I mean, if this card sucks, it's just another power creep or whatever, but
certainly it's a C at the minimum. The question is it a C plus? I think it's probably like a C.
It's probably a C. Again, this also goes back to that question for Prismari about, are we temporarily buffing our stuff and beating down, or are we getting value? And this is a common that points us to that first approach. Next up is Encouraging Aviator. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/3 flying bird wizard at uncommon. And it says, whenever this creature attacks, it becomes prepared. And its spell is Jump, which is a blue instant that says target creature gains flying until end of turn. And that's from alpha or something?
Yeah. This card's sweet.
Super cool that they're putting real cards on there too.
Oh, that goes so far for me, like in terms of like making me interested in what these things are doing.
Very.
It's really big. Like I just think it's very, very cool.
Good card.
Yeah, the fact that it can just continue to like recharge itself and continue to kind of make the whole thing go. It's kind of like a 3-mana 2/3 flyer that just makes one of your other creatures flying every turn if you want it to.
Right.
And
it does it that turn, right? Like I can attack with both, get prepared, instantly cast Jump before blocks, and my other thing gets through.
Yeah.
So it
lets you do the thing.
I don't have to. Yeah, it does what I want it to do, I guess is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
B.
It also gives you a steady stream of spells, which I think is quite valuable as well.
That's a great, just every turn cast something. Who cares if it's even relevant? I go B on Encouraging Aviator. That seems good. Yeah.
I like B. I think it's just going to be a very strong card. It's, how annoyed am I when they play this is definitely
definitely. And it's
a big part of it
is annoying. Next is Matter Bending Mage. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard at uncommon. It says, when this creature enters, return up to one other target creature, to its owner's hand.
Here we are.
Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, this creature can't be blocked this turn. That's funny. This is like, I mean, at the point of whenever you cast a spell with X, this is like maybe the martialist card ever. Like this is like, we are so, but now the last part falls a little bit because it's like, okay, it becomes unblockable. Who cares? But holy smokes, straight up awesome mana war that even has a little bit of upside. Is this like bending or?
I don't think that they would say that they are using the Avatar IP. No.
Okay. So different bending.
It's possible that they are.
I mean, you could blood bend. Why can't you matter bend? I would go B for Matter Bending Mage.
Yeah, I like B. I don't think it hits B plus level, but look, 3 mana 2/2 bounce a creature, that is still very good.
It's still good.
We're not to the point where we're calling that one bad.
No.
And the fact that it sometimes is just randomly unblockable, sure, that's not bad.
Yeah. Mana War's still good. Next up, oh man, look at this, Luis. The 1-2 punch. They went Mana War into Divination for us here, but it's even better. It's Quick Study, 2 and a blue instant, draw 2 cards at common from, what was this from? I can't remember. But at any rate, instant speed, draw 2.
Yeah, instant speed, draw 2 for 3 mana. Probably like a C minus, but
right.
We'll just give it a C. We can give it a C.
Give it a C. Their spells matter all over the place in this set. So, and it was from Wilds of Eldraine, by the way. Next up is Textbook Tabulator. This is 2 and a blue for a 0/3 Frog Wizard at common. It has increment, and whenever you see a 0 with increment, you're getting counters. And when it says when this creature enters, surveil 2. Increment's nice, but what are your goals for this? Becoming a 2/5, which it will.
I mean, a 2/5 is a pretty good blocker. I think that's a reasonable thing to consider. But yeah, I don't really know what exactly you're hoping for. I mean, I think this is the pieces here work together nicely. It's good stats. It's going to increment really easily on the first 2 spells at least. And Surveil 2 gives you like a little bit of card selection.
Surveil 2 is powerful. I would give Textbook Tabulator a D, however. Given the power level of the cards that we've seen so far, this is not on that same level, even of the commons.
No, I think you're right about that. That is true.
Next up is Brush Off. This is 2 blue for an instant at uncommon. And it says, this spell costs 1 and a blue less to cast if it targets an instant or sorcery spell. So it goes from 2 blue to just 1 on blue. And it says, counter target spell. So 4 mana counter a spell, 2 mana counter an instant or sorcery spell. That is nice.
Yeah,
cool
it is.
design.
And this is definitely like the set for it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But I also think it just really comes down for me. How badly do you want a counterspell in your deck?
Yeah. And 4 mana counterspell. No, I not badly at all.
Yeah. That's so yeah, sure. Sometimes it's a 2 mana counterspell, a negate. You don't really feel like you really won it when you negate them.
No, you don't.
So I think that, I think that it's okay, but it's more of a sideboard card. Like this looks like a sideboard, C plus main deck, like C minus, something like that. Really what it's going to come down to is, does your deck have a bunch of expensive instants, which counters get better the more expensive instants you have. And, some decks can make good use of this, but if most decks are just going to look at this and be like, I don't really need to play this card.
Right. Not very efficient overall. Next is Campus Composer. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/4 Merfolk Bard at uncommon. It has Ward 2, and it says this creature enters prepared. Its spell is called Aqueous Aria. It is 4 and a blue for a sorcery, and it says, oh, that's pretty good. Create a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying.
I mean, this card seems awesome.
Beautiful curve, right?
Yeah, it gives you the perfect curve. It just does all the things you want it to do, and it does it at a pretty good rate.
Really good. Yeah, man, it might even be a B plus.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent plays this on turn 4 toughness, Ward 2. It's probably not going to kill it, and then next turn they just play a 3/3 flyer. They're up a 3/4 plus a 3/3 for 1 card, and
they got to cast a 5 mana sorcery, which might be relevant.
Yeah.
Dude. And it's a good blocker. Yeah. That's really nice. I like B plus for Campus Composer. That's kind of a classic 2-for-1 all upside. And like you said, a 4 toughness Ward 2, that is you need at least uncommon level removal to kill that. And even then you might not be able to. Next up is Run Behind. This is 3 and a blue for an instant at sorcery at common. It says this spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature, and it does what you think it does. Target creature's owner puts it on the choice of the top or bottom of their library.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously going to be fine. Like, there's no real way that this isn't good. Is it going to be the best removal spell? I think Essence Scatter probably is a little better, but you know, Run Behind is pretty good. Like, it's just probably C+. I would say C+ level. These all play at about C+ level in my experience.
All right. That's fair enough. C+ for Run Behind. Next up is Spellbook Seeker. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 flying bird wizard at common. And it says this creature enters prepared, and its spell is Careful Study. Blue for a sorcery, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Don't get it twisted. You're not getting up on cards.
You're not going up on cards, but it's still pretty good though. Like I think that it's going to end up being a card worth playing just because it's a free spell plus a 4 mana 3/3 flyer with decent upside. We're still not so far away that that's not approachable, but I mean, we have seen a high power level set so far, so that is worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, and when you're getting your Careful Study for free, it's like that's some valuable card selection, maybe some graveyard stocking. I mean, Lorehold wants this effect more than anything, but what do you think, C for Spellbook Seeker?
I think it's C, maybe even C-. Like,
yeah,
it's crazy. But,
I know
how much power creep seems to have happened, but I mean, people clearly like powerful limited effects or limited formats, so I guess there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're both excited about this set. So, Muse's Encouragement is next. This is 4 and a blue for an instant at common. It says create a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying and surveil 2 for your 5 mana instant.
I think this card is great.
That's
this
awesome.
one looks really good to me because it's a 5 mana instant that triggers all your stuff that you care about, and you can just pass the turn, leave it up. And a 3/3 flying that also surveils 2 is pretty nice. It even has like the little bit of ambush potential. Like this I think is the real deal. Muse's Encouragement looks. I mean, it's a C. I'm not saying this is a B level card. I'm just saying this looks like a rock solid common.
Agreed. This is a great place to put 5 mana. You're going to see a ton of that card get cast, I think. Next is Orisa Tide Choreographer. This is 4 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary Merfolk Bard at uncommon. And it says this spell costs 3 less to cast if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater. And here's the key. When Orisa enters, draw 2 cards. So 5 mana 2/2 draw 2, or if it's late game and some kind of board got stalled out, you are looking at a 2 mana 2/2 draw 2 at that point, which is relevant. That gives you a lot of wiggle room to actually cast one of those spells.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Mold Drifter that later in the game is going to be cast for 2 mana, which that's a point in the game where Mold Drifter is also pretty exciting. So sounds pretty great to me.
Yeah, this card looks amazing. I mean, maybe amazing's a little strong. Right up my alley, right up our alley.
It looks good. Like good. I think that you're going to be happy to play this card.
I think so too. I'd go B- on Orisa. I mean, is this the type of card that you could bounce and do it again, or like get some kind of card advantage engine going off of? I mean,
why not? It even costs 2 mana at a point in the game where you're getting up to that sort of thing.
Right. I'd go B- for Orisa though. It is still 5 mana, mostly.
Yeah, I like B-. I don't think you need to go straight up B, but it's a good card. You're going to take it a lot of the time.
That's us being very responsible because we both.
Yeah, that's us being respectful and responsible.
Yes. Last blue card is Homesickness. This is 4 blue for an instant at uncommon. It says target player draws 2 cards, tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them. I can never, there's been multiple printings of cards like this where you're kind of meant to wait till their combat step, then lock down a couple other things and get some cards. And when you do pull them off, they are powerful, right? Like it's hard for your opponent to kill you if you're resolving this. And then the 2 cards go a long way at that point in the game. But the cost of it, needing to get to 6 mana in the first place does seem very real to me. Like there was a similar card in 2 sets ago, right? In Lorwyn.
Yeah, the
Merfolk one.
There was there was the Merfolk one. There was the Rime Frost, which is the Vivid one.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. What do you think? Homesickness.
I think I would play it most of the time. You're getting such a nice little boost when it comes to expensive spells, but because of Opus and Increment, like you are just getting that extra value, you know?
Yeah, that's true. You may be like, if it's a tiebreaker or a close call, you're actually like a little happier to run one. I agree. I would give Homesickness a C.
Yeah, I would give it a C as well. I think that's right.
All right, let's move on to black. Our first black card is called Burog Banemaker. It is black for a 1/1 Death Touch Frog Warlock at common, and it has activated ability 1 and a black. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm always down for 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch. Like they tend to perform quite well, and this one has a little bit of upside on it. I'm not really sure where it fits exactly, but maybe I don't need to care about that if it's just good enough on its own. Like a relevant 1-drop is already kind of a desirable thing.
My guess is that it's going to be pretty good. Like, I don't know exactly how good, of course, but I think that the Banemaker looks solid. I don't really know how you can turn down a 1 mana Death Toucher.
I know. And again, any card that costs 1 mana and is relevant to the game is powerful. We've seen how good it is if you can start off your game by casting a 1-drop. The one thing that tends to push these over the top as well is if there is a bite card, like a green bite spell, then having cheap Death Touchers around goes a long way as well. I would start off with a C- for Burog Banemaker. It doesn't seem to really fit super well into anything, but power level wise, it's there. So C- for me for Burog Banemaker. What do you think?
I think it's just a C.
I think it's a little better. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just think like it's gonna play out pretty nicely.
Well, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen to your Burog Banemaker.
It's true.
Dissection
it's even right there.
is black for an instant at uncommon. And it says target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Up to 1 target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And up to 1 target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. That's a lot for 1 mana.
Yeah. I mean, they put it on common for a reason. And I think that this looks great in the repartee decks, by the way, but also the gain life. So it's like a cross deck synergy where it's like good with infusion, good with repartee.
Yeah.
Just pretty solid combat trick overall. -1/-1 +1/+1 for 1 mana is typically not that far from where you'd want to be.
Yeah. It makes combat really, really tough, especially in the first few turns of the game. You can basically always use that to win combat. I would give it a C+ for dissection practice. Looks very playable to me. Maybe not jump out of your chair for it, but worth inclusion in your deck.
Yeah, I think C+ is about right. It's not quite B level, but it's going to play out really nicely in my experience.
Lecturing Scorn Mage is next. It's black for a 1/1 human warlock at uncommon. It has repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this thing. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it before. Great. Yeah, it's just where do you want to start? And I think that if you're playing that deck, given that we've seen that Silverquill looks aggressive and is very good at targeting its own stuff, I mean, Lecturing Scorn Mage is probably very scary to see. Turn 1.
Yeah, it does not seem hard to make this into a 3/3 pretty quickly.
And in Silverquill, you want to be turning stuff sideways. I mean, I'm assuming that you're not running this in black-green very much, right?
It will depend on the contents of your deck, but yeah, I think that's usually true.
This is probably going to fall to the black-white player the most. I would give it a B in that context. I guess what I'm saying is I want to give it a build-around grade, where if you're in Silverquill, I think it's a B. I think if you're outside of that, it's probably, a lot less good.
Yeah.
Next is
I would say that you're not that likely to play it outside of exactly Silverquill, because I think the Witherbloom decks are going to have other constraints on their on their mana.
Exactly. Next up is Masterful Flourish. This is black for an instant at common. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Well, I didn't get my gives it death touch, but maybe this will upgrade your pest tokens to be able to kill something. Probably not. Think I'm kind of not interested in Masterful Flourish.
This looks good in Silver Quill and pretty much unplayable in Witherbloom.
Yeah.
Is my guess. Masterful Flourish looks like a C- for Silver Quill, maybe a C, like if you're really doing the thing, but yeah, not something that I think you're going to be that excited about.
Yeah, overall, I guess it's probably like a D, but Silver Quill is maybe a C- or something. Next up is End of the Hunt. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. It says target opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. These do really well. The correlation between mana value and thing you want to kill is very close. Like those circles almost always overlap on the Venn diagram of those. There are times when it doesn't, but you'd be surprised how often Magic gets distilled down to just, well, how much did you pay for that? Okay, kill that then.
Yeah, this is less an edict, like a classic, like, oh yeah, this thing kills their worst creature, and more just a removal spell. Like
right.
I would just judge this as just a good removal spell.
I would too. I would put it at B, for example. I really like cards like this. They way overperform relative. Like if you have them in the edict framework, get out of that immediately.
Yeah. I mean, clearly sometimes you're not going to get the thing that you want to get. Most of the time you will. And most of the time, even if it's not literally like, oh man, I want to kill their other 5-drop, but you killed a 5-drop, you're pretty happy with that. You're not going to be too unhappy. 2
mana and it scales. They can have a 10-drop and you could kill it. It's like, yeah. So I go B on End of the Hunt. What do you think?
Yeah, I like B. This is it's gonna do what you want most of the time.
Next up is Last Gasp. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn.
That would be
an old card.
That would be the best black common.
Yeah, for sure. Not for sure, but definitely on the list. Depending. But I would say B- for Last Gasp. We talk a lot about if removal spells can trade up mana-wise, and Last Gasp can.
Yeah, it's just really efficient, really good. There's no deck that doesn't want it.
Yep.
Just you should take it and be happy about it.
Next up is Leech Collector. 1 and a black for a 2/2 human warlock at uncommon. And it says, whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, this creature becomes prepared. And this creature's spell is Bloodletting, which is black for a sorcery that says each opponent loses 2 life.
So it doesn't chain. It doesn't it isn't a drain where you're like, all right, I'm going to play this and start using it. But it is, I think, a pretty strong threat when you have this in play, and your opponent's going to they'll be pretty unhappy with most of the game actions you take will end up being bad for them. You're going to be able to gain life pretty easily. You're going to be able to just start draining them out.
I like B for Leech Collector. I mean, it's a 2-mana card, right? Like
it's a 2-mana card that in the late game is like,
it's a problem.
They did limit it luckily to just 1 per turn, but you could still get this going like every single turn, I would say.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. And that 2 is going to add up pretty quickly too. Next up is Melancholic Poet. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 elf bard. It's common, and it has a repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
Yeah, so solid card. Looks like a C. You just play it in your Silver Quill decks and probably not in your Witherbloom decks, is my guess.
It's just going to be annoying. Yeah, the Silver Quill deck looks really annoying. Next up is Rabid Attack. This is 1 and a black for an instant at uncommon. It says, until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control each get +1/+0 and gain when this creature dies, draw a card. Well, I guess there's what I was asking for, kind of.
I mean, any number of target creatures you control. That's pretty nice.
That is nice, especially with pests and stuff. Like you just send them in, they get blocked, then you do this and draw a bunch of cards.
I mean, if you can make this into a draw two, like especially if it might allow a trade up when you normally wouldn't have been able to trade up, like I'm pretty happy about that. I like C+ for Rabbit Attack.
I do too.
You have to have a lot of creatures in your deck, but you should probably, in Witherbloom and Silverquill both, end up there a lot of the time.
And you can use it defensively. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, you're just going to be able to get something out of Rabbit Attack.
I feel like it's not going to be hard to end up in a spot where this really pays you off.
Next up is Send in the Pest.
Send in the Pest.
Send in the Pest. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at common, and it says each opponent discards a card. You create a 1/1 black and green pest token that says whenever this token attacks, you gain 1 life.
It's a ravenous rat, a ravenous pest.
A ravenous pest. Yeah. I love these cards. I mean, I think I maybe overvalue these. There's been a couple of sets of late where they've been really good, but I tend to kind of start off high on them and then go from there. So I think I really like Send in the Pest. Like you're getting a 2-for-1-ish. I would give it a C. I just think I want to just stack up. I mean, maybe is it worse because of like the decks that want stuff in the graveyard or whatever? Like, are you
not enough?
They discard a flashback spell.
I honestly think this is a C+. Like this card is just going to be really obnoxious to play against.
Okay. C+ for Send in the Pest. Next is Adventurous Eater. Here's our card. 2 and a black for a 3/2 human warlock at common. It enters prepared, and it has the spell Have a Bite. It's black for a sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. You gain a life. Yeah, I mean, this is just another good Silverquill card, right? They tacked on the gain of life to throw a bone.
Witherbloom. Don't forget Witherbloom.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting it. But I mean, this just seems 3 mana 3/2 makes your thing bigger, targets a thing. Like that's a lot for repartee and all that. It looks like, I mean, man, it's just tough because these cards are also pushed. I mean, this is like it's got so much going on, but I just know it's like a C-.
Yeah. No, this is not slightly worse than average, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly. Next up is Arnon Deathbloom Botanist. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 legendary vampire druid at uncommon with Death Touch. And whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies. Wow. Target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I keep looking for extra little things to do with pests, and it's like, yeah, they got my back on that. Holy smokes!
Oh yeah, there's no shortage. I mean, this is a powerful ability, and it's a death toucher, so it can trade off pretty nicely too.
Seriously,
I like where this one's at. I think Arnon looks to me like a B. Like I think most Witherbloom decks are going to have a pretty easy time of finding ways to use this card.
Yeah, that's impressive. Next up is Cost of Brilliance. This is 2 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. It says target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. So this is another like that gold card,
combat
right?
tutorial.
Yeah, it is. But what I meant was it's splitting the difference between doing something but also targeting your creature for repartee.
Yes. Yeah, it does both those things.
And I mean, combat tutorial was excellent.
Combat tutorial is a banger for sure, and
this seems even
this can also
better.
nug them out if you really need it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. That really matters, right? Especially for these aggressive chippy decks like the Silverquill deck. That's going to come up for sure. Like, okay, I can get you to 2, finish you off with Cost of Brilliance. If not, I'll take some cards, put a counter, trigger my repartee, attack you. I mean, Dude, I would have my eye on this card. I'm going to start with C plus for Cost of Brilliance. This feels like a better positioned version of the prior one of Combat Tutorial.
I think it's probably a little worse just because the 2 life does matter a lot, but I think overall,
agreed. I think it's worse as a card individually, but
it has more going on in the set.
Right. Combat Tutorial was like, sure, I'll take a count. This just has like so much more going on. It fits the archetype better too.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Foolish Fate is next. It's 2 and a black for an instant at uncommon. It says destroy target creature. And then it says infusion. If you gain life this turn, that creature's controller loses 3 life. Man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with
speed.
I'm pretty happy with where it starts,
No kidding. I would go B on Foolish Fate. I don't think I want to go higher than that for a 3 mana removal spell, but it's right there.
Yeah, I think that when you're not really going to play this card, play into the infusion on this card, and care that much about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a nice little bonus. It will come up though. I mean, it's not irrelevant.
So I guess the play pattern with the pest is attack with it, gain the life, then Foolish Fate, your blocker, you take the extra, you lose 3 more life, and then, I have a better attack or whatever.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be the slow roll of the format, right? Next up is Poisoner's Apprentice, 2 and a black for a 2/2 Orc Warlock at uncommon. Infusion, when this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -4/-4 until end of turn if you gain life this turn. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I mean, this is your Flame Tongue Kavu. This is your uncommon. If you can do the thing, this is a huge payoff. If you can't, this is obviously not it's all or nothing.
It is.
You win or you don't.
So basically, you just need to know how many ways you have to gain life on your turn, and then appropriately decide whether you're going to play your Poisoner's Apprentice or not. Because otherwise, you just can't really play a 3 mana 2/2. So let's put it into the context of you have decided that you do have enough ways to do it. How high of a grade does it get to? B plus, A minus?
Build around B plus.
Yeah.
Whatever gains
you
whatever gains you get from it costing 3 mana, you kind of lose by it requiring mana a lot of the time to make it work. Not always. So sometimes you don't need more mana because you attack with a pest and boom, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that this, in a good Witherbloom deck, this is probably a B level card.
Yeah, agreed. Build around B plus / just B. I mean, very, very strong. Next is Pull from the Grave, 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. And then the Witherbloom bump, you gain 2 life.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. I mean, I think this card looks great. I like, look, Sphinx's Revelation, it did the perfect thing. I'm not saying this is Sphinx's Revelation.
I'm going to let you land that plane, yeah.
I think that a big part of a big good combination that's really nice is drawing cards and gaining life.
Right.
Because the life gives you the time to use the cards. And in this particular case, I mean, this is going to do exactly what you want it to do.
For sure. Draw 2 spells in this case. Gain the 2, maybe get some bonuses from that, and then play them. 6 mana, Pull from the Grave, get back my Poisoner's Apprentice.
Yeah.
C for Pull from the Grave?
Yeah. How do we, what's the way to describe that it's a C, but the first one is worth a lot?
Yeah, totally. That is interesting. That because the second one is a D or a D minus or something.
If you get to the end of the draft, this is a C level card, yes. But if you get to the end of the draft and you don't have one of these, you might want to upgrade it.
You're going to be sad. Next is Ulna Alley Shopkeep. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 Goblin Warlock at common with Menace. And Infusion, it gets +2/+0. And as long as you've gained life this turn.
Yeah, this looks like a D. This looks like the kind of card you're going to cut a lot of the time.
Agreed. Next up is Cheerful Osteomancer. Osteo meaning Bones?
Bone. Yeah.
Okay.
Osteomancer.
Osteomancer.
This one I like too, by the way.
Okay. This is 3 and a black for a 4/2 Orc Warlock at common that enters prepared and has Raise Dead as its spell. Black sorcery, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Classic. I mean, we literally call these Raise Dead effects, don't we?
Yeah. That's what's so powerful about this theme, or about this keyword, is they, I think, figured out a way to make it look like 2 times cooler, maybe 3 times cooler by having, imagine this was, well, this creature's prepared, you can pay a black to return a creature. That is so much less cool than just it literally being raised dead.
Seriously.
Like it's honestly not that close, like how much cooler it is. So I think that the Osteomancer is a great card, by the way. I think it's a very solid card, but it just highlights how good of a mechanic prepared is. I think they did a good thing here. So I would give it a C+.
Yep. And that's a common, by the way. So that's really impressive. Yeah. C+ for cheerful Osteomancer. Next is Eternal Student, which is 3 and a black for a 4/2, another 4/2.
I've known a few of these.
3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie warlock at uncommon. And it has activated ability 1 and a black. Exile this card from your graveyard to create 2 1/1 white and black inkling creature tokens with flying. Whoa. Dang, that's really good. Because, normally you look at a 4/2 and you're like, it's just going to trade off for some. It's like, who cares? Trade it for literally anything.
Yeah. This.
And you
this
can activate that whenever you want?
Yeah, it's not a sorcery.
Wow.
It's interesting. They don't usually do that, but I guess at expert level sets, they have a little more latitude, huh?
Yeah. Interesting. I would have assumed that would be sorcery speed. That's excellent.
Or they'd be tapped. That is typically how they do these things, it feels like.
She was entering her 50th year of graduate study with no signs of stopping. I'm at least a B. At least a B, right? Is it a B plus? I think it is a B plus. It's really close because it does trade down, so it's like you're not. But it's a great blocker. Like it just sits there, and like your opponent's like, oh man.
And if you sacrifice it, like that's obviously just money as well.
Totally. B plus for Eternal Student for me.
Yeah,
2 1/1 flyers. Like what?
Yeah, it's a messed up card for sure.
They can block. Like I'm looking for the downside of these
losing
things. Next up is Wander Off, which is 3 and a black for an instant at common, and it says exile target creature. C?
I mean, yeah, maybe C plus. Maybe. Probably C. Probably C.
4 mana is a lot.
Yeah. But it's obviously a very good card.
Yeah, and exile's great. It has come up so much more now. Like just exiling is just so much better than it used to be. Next is Arcane Omens. This is 4 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says it has Converge. Target player discards X cards where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell.
Yeah, so this is in a 2-color deck, it's 5 mana discard 2, terrible. In a 3-color deck, it's 5 mana discard 3, also not good enough. So you need to be 4 or 5 colors, and this is just not worth it. Like there may be a Converge deck floating around somewhere, and if that's the case, then yeah, I would play this card in that deck, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to do that. And I think this looks like a build around D.
Yep. That's exactly where I was at. And that's a little insulting, but it is what it is. Arcane Omens, build around D. Next up is Scathing Shade Lock. This is 4 and a black for a 4/6 Snake Warlock at uncommon. And then it says, at the beginning of your first main phase, this creature becomes prepared. And its spell is Venomous Words. It's black for a sorcery that says target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. This thing's kind of interesting. It's really leaning on its stats. It's a 5 mana 4/6. That's kind of the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to wait all the way till your next turn, but then you're getting, the bar for these free spells, or however you want to describe them, is really low. Like, it just doesn't have to do much. And this targets a thing. So you're getting repartee going. It does give it +2/+0. Like, that's good on pest tokens and stuff. Like a 3/1 death touch pest is
it's kind of nice.
Maybe
like
the most annoying thing ever. And then this also just prepares for free every turn. It just keeps happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in. I mean, it's a 5 mana card, so it's not going to be the most in demand, but I would give Scathing Shadelock like a B. I mean, a card that just generates these triggers and this thing every single turn. I mean, on its own, it becomes a 6/6 death touch, which is pretty annoying too. And that's like worst case.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's uncommon gives you a little bit of a hint too. I think that is a useful way to look at things. And in this particular case, it's like, yeah, I think the Shadelock looks like you would want one of these. This is a pretty burly attacker, sets up some nice attacks. It is unfortunate that it takes a whole turn cycle to be prepared.
That's the rough part.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Next black card is Sneering Shade Rider. This is 4 and a black for a 3/3 vampire warlock at common. It has flying. And it says, when this creature enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
So 5 mana 3/3. It says a mortuary thrall or whatever, the black-white one from Ravnica.
Mm-hmm. Drain them for 2. It's
the
interesting.
First one is worth a good amount.
It is. It's just, when you're getting beaten down by a silver quill deck and they play Sneering Shade Rider, you're just like, okay, now it's like I'm down 2 more life. I can't race because they gained life and they have a 3/3 flyer. Even though it's kind of a mid common, that is really good. My guess is it's probably not good enough for Witherbloom just because it has the text you gain 2 life on it. Maybe it is. It's like probably borderline. But to me, this definitely passes the bar of a 5 mana common. Is it good enough? Do I even want to put it in my deck? Yeah, I think Sneering Shade Rider, you do. That said, I would probably give it like a C- because it's just up against bangers all over the place.
A big thing you want to keep in mind when you look at cards like this is like, not just how good is this card. When we're looking at a rating, it's also like, what's the opportunity cost of putting this in your deck and taking it? And 5 drops, everything is just so much worse for expensive cards. That is just how it works,
Exactly. C-?
I like C- for the Shade Rider, though. It's a little bit like when we were talking about Pull from the Grave. Yeah, it's a C-level card. I would adjust it downwards a little based on how often you actually end up wanting it.
Last black card is called Forum Necroscribe. This is 5 and a black for a 5/4 Troll Warlock at uncommon. It has Ward, discard a card, and repartee. Whenever you cast, I won't read that every time. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Holy smokes.
Yeah, 6 mana, 5/4. It's going to guaranteed get a little bit of a value because they have to discard a card to deal with it. And then if you get to start targeting stuff, you start getting stuff back. I'm in for that.
Yeah, and we have seen many ways to repeat target, to be able to kind of redo it turn after turn at the uncommon level.
Yeah,
and
this looks like a finisher.
Yeah, this is one where if you do it once, it's they're going to have a hard time winning. I would go C+ for Forum Necroscribe. It is 6 mana. It is a bit difficult to set up, but the ward is very relevant late in the game. And if you get to untap with this thing and do the repartee thing, you are winning, like for sure. So I say C+. What do you think?
I could even see B-. Like,
it's possible.
Just having one of these in your hand is going to, or in your deck, is going to lead to I think a pretty different experience. Like,
yeah,
I think you're going to be pretty happy with having this as your top end card. It just looks very threatening to me.
It does to me too. Red. is next. Our first card is called Ancestral Anger. It's red it's red for a sorcery at common. It says target creature gains trample and gets +X/+0 until an end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard. Oh, fun. But here's the buried lead. You also get to draw a card.
Yeah, this is a reprint. So
this is a reprint?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's it from?
Some set.
Oh, Innistrad Crimson Vow.
Yeah, there we go. I just knew we had seen this card before.
You're right. I do remember it now that you say that. So in this setting, what are we thinking? It targets, but
it's a red card, so that doesn't really matter.
So that doesn't matter, but it is a spell.
It's okay for Prismari. It's probably better for Lorehold, though I'm not even sure what they're doing with it exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they have the ability to maybe fill up their graveyard, and yeah, I don't know. This one feels a little. I mean, basically, the way I see it is, it's a cantrip, right? It's a red sorcery speed draw card that gives you like some minor upside. So if your deck wants that, then you want this. I assume it's like a D.
Yeah, I think so.
Next up is Dual Tactics. This is red for a sorcery at uncommon. It deals 1 damage to target creature. It can't block this turn. And this card has flashback for just 1 in a red. So you could make...
This is a pretty aggressive card.
It is.
It does also, I mean, it's probably good because 1 mana deal 1 with flashback is pretty nice. I think that does some good stuff.
Yeah, and, I mean, one of the keys here is that you can cast it, flash it back the same turn, which lets you either get 2 damage on one thing to kill it, or make 2 things not be able to block in one turn and just kill them.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting that dead creatures cannot block, so you could just kill stuff with it.
I would mostly view this as like a lava dart, where it just is a 1 mana deal 1 with flashback, and then sometimes the unable to block part is going to come up for you.
Okay. Yeah, this only hits creatures.
Well, players can't block, so.
Gut check says this is going to be good, right? It gives you...
It's going to be good.
Yeah. I would start it off at B for Dual Tactics. If I had to guess whether it was a B plus or a B minus, I would say minus, but I'm going to still just start at B.
I would say B minus, but yeah, it's going to be a very solid card. I think that there's no doubt about that for me, at least. 2
spells in 1 turn. I mean, again, let's keep thinking back to Prismari. Are we aggressive one-shot with creatures, or are we value? It is getting further and further towards the aggressive one-shot with creatures, and Dual Tactics in that deck is a house. Both of your guys can't block, and I get 2 spell cast triggers. That's game ending. So I like that too. Next is Impractical Joke. This is red for a sorcery at uncommon. It says damage can't be prevented this turn. Impractical Joke deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. So red sorcery speed, deal 3 to a creature or maybe a planeswalker. Do they make those anymore? When was the last time we had a freaking planeswalker? And it can't be prevented.
Yeah, obviously a great card.
Obviously
1 mana deal 3. And the damage can't be prevented part might come up here and there, but it's obviously just mostly just getting a ton of value off the fact that it's just 1 mana deal 3. So that makes it like a B, almost B plus.
B plus, I think.
Really good value.
Ultra efficient. Next up is Expressive Fire Dancer. This is 1 in a red for a 2/2 human sorcerer at common. It has Opus. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And then if it was 5 or more, this creature also gains double strike until end of turn. And again, we see yet another vote for the more aggressive version of the blue-red spells deck. The Opus deck does look like the payoffs are in that aggressive. This is a common.
Yeah, that makes me want to go a little higher on Ancestral Anger, which is funny because Opus, the mechanic itself, doesn't really lend itself to it. That looks like a slower deck sort of thing. But I think given how these cards look, I would mostly rather just be assume that you want to be a little bit more aggressive. At least that's where they're leading us to.
Totally. You have to look at the payoffs, and that's where all the winds are blowing. That said, Expressive Fire Dancer looks fine. You know, you can use it to get in for that. You know, it's probably a good 2-drop for the deck. I still am not high on those type of cards as being, you know, they are very synergy based. They need a bunch of stuff around them. They can be fragile. I would say, I'd still probably say C- for Expressive Fire Dancer, but that's in the Prismari deck. So not exactly a glowing review. What do you think?
Yeah, I like C-. Like you're not going to get double strike that often, but this is a good 2-drop. Like it's threatening.
2-drop, yeah.
I mean, it's nice combo with Ancestral Anger if you can set it up to like pump it and then give it double strike.
Yeah.
But like we're talking about a lot of stuff at that point.
We are, but I agree with you that Ancestral Anger does go up now that we have like, you know, 4 or 5 versions of the temporary buff creatures. Next up is Goblin Glasswright. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Sorcerer. This one's common and it enters prepared, and its spell is called Craft with Pride. It's red for a sorcery that says create a treasure token.
I like this card.
I do too. I mean, really did a good job.
That can give you a little free spell, give you a treasure. Just like it helps ramp you. It does a lot of cool stuff.
I like C for Goblin Glasswright.
Yeah, I would just give it a straight C. I agree.
Living History is 1 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. It says, when this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. And it says, whenever you attack, if a card left your graveyard this turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Man, I got to see more here of the commons in white particularly, but this Lorehold stuff looks a little clunky.
Looks a little fancy, like a little finicky. You're just like, okay, how am I setting this up? How often is that actually going to be the case, you know?
But this is it's not a creature technically, but it's a 2-mana enchantment that gives you a creature, and it just sits out there whether the creature dies or not and gives you this bonus. So it's like, this is kind of a why not.
Yeah. You kind of already got paid up front.
Exactly.
It is true.
That said, I'm still a little skeptical. I mean, I guess I would go like B-, maybe C+ for Living History.
I like C+.
I'm just skeptical, man. I think
it's going to be okay, but the juice largely not worth the squeeze, as it were.
Right. Thunderdrum Soloist is next. This is 1 and a red for a 1/3 Dwarf Bard at uncommon. It's got reach and Opus. It deals 1 damage to each opponent, and if it's super Opus, it's 3 damage instead. Again, this one still follows into that first camp. It's not value based. It's still damage based. This one's a little different because it doesn't temporarily buff and get in that huge one-shot style attack, but it certainly chips away at them.
Yeah, and I mean, a 1/3 reach that pings for 1 off spells, like I think that a lot of spell decks would just play that card anyway.
And I think definitely the way that Prismari set up with the combat-based payoffs, even though this one's not going to get into combat that often, this one's going to pile on a bunch of extra damage, and I like it for the deck a lot. Operating under the assumption that the Prismari deck functions well and is a good archetype, I would have a Thunderdrum Soloist every single time. I'd give it a B for that deck.
Yeah, I think it's a B in the aggressive Prismari deck for sure. I don't think that the Lorehold deck is necessarily out of the running for this card. 2-mana 1/3 reach that can be annoying and ping them is still pretty reasonable.
You're right, and flashback will trigger the 3 damage a lot, right, for the more expensive side. Yeah. Next up is Tome Blast. This is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 2 damage to any target, and you can flash it back for 4 and a red.
It's Firebolt, but
yes,
not quite.
But not quite. But still excellent. It is sorcery speed, but it's really funny because this isn't a real question, but it's just funny that if the flashback was 3 and a red, like, would this card be better or worse? Right? It's like, it would be better, but having the flashback be 5, like, does trigger all the big Opus stuff, which can really matter. So it's kind of funny, but it seems really well positioned for that reason for the Opus decks.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be just a great card for any red deck. Like you're never going to take this card out of your deck.
Do you have it above a C level? C plus?
I would give it a C plus. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Next is
if you just look at it from the capacity of like you play a 2-drop and they tone blast it, like I don't know, I feel like that's
super
pretty much advantage you.
Yes, that is a major bummer for the opponent. Next up is Blazing Fire Singer. This is 2 and a red for a 2/3 dwarf bard at uncommon, and it enters prepared. And it's spell. This is so cool, Luis, that they did this. Just that they're using real spells. It's delightful. Yeah. It's Seething Song, 2 and a red for an instant that adds 5 red mana to your mana pool. I mean, I don't think is that great?
No, this doesn't look very good to me. Like
right.
Let's say you play this on turn 3. On turn 4, you go Seething Song, play a 6-drop, I guess is the idea.
Yeah.
How often I think Blazing Fire Singer is going to end up in a spot where you either play it and they kill it, just fine, that's like neutral-ish. You spent 3 mana, that's about a good break point. You play it and you have nothing to Seething Song with, or you play it and you have something to Seething Song with. And it's not just how likely is each scenario, it's like how good is it when you have something. And it's pretty good when you have something, but I don't know that it's like I'm really stoked about all this.
No, I think the real issue is that the floor is kind of in the middle. It's a 3 mana 2/3. Right? Like that's the focus. Because if I'm getting more or less free rolled a Seething Song, fine. Because Seething Song's okay. If you're getting free rolled, right? But I really man, the difference if this was a 3/3 versus the 2/3, for example, would be really big. I think it's the difference between me being like, I'm going to play that every time versus sure, I guess I'll play my Blazing Fire Singer if I need a 3-drop or whatever.
Yeah. I think this is just going to take a very specific deck to be good. And even in that deck, like, which, a bunch of expensive spells is kind of the way to do it. But like, even in that deck, you're just going to draw this sometime and have it not really work.
C?
Looks like a C- to me, honestly.
Next up is Charging Strife Knight. This is 2 and a red for a 3/3 Spirit Knight. At uncommon, it has haste, and you can tap it to discard a card and draw a card.
Yeah, this card's really cool. I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/3 haste. Like,
I just want to turn it sideways.
Pretty good, but you get to, and then you can hang back and loot when you need it to.
Yes. Either way, I guess I'm probably turning it sideways, but but they largely have gone away from this, right? Like creatures that are clearly meant to be attacking don't often have tap activated abilities, but
so it's a bit of tension. Is it good tension?
A little tension's good. A little tension's good.
A little tension is good.
That said, C plus, B minus.
I like B minus. I mean, look, when you play this and you don't have a good attack, it's a hasty looter, rummager. And when you do have a good attack, you feel pretty good about it. I think it's like kind of a win either way.
You're right. B minus for Charging Strife Knight. Next up is Rubble Rouser, which is 2 and a red for a 1/4 dwarf sorcerer at common. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And it also has tap, exile a card from your graveyard to add red. When you do, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. It rummages on ETB, and then it can mana ramp you a little bit.
Yeah, this looks exactly like what Lorehold wants, actually.
Exactly.
Like, it gets a little rummage. It sets itself up for the first time it provides mana, and then you get to enable all your stuff, not even at no cost, at like -1 cost, because you're actually getting to getting mana off of it.
Totally. Yeah, I like it for Lorehold a lot. I don't see it going anywhere else necessarily, but for them, I mean, I would give it a C in Lorehold.
Yeah. It might be a C plus.
Might be a C plus.
Honestly.
That's very synergistic. Yep. Next is Seize the Spoils. This is 2 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and create a treasure token. This is a reprint as well.
Yeah, this looks like a not that exciting card. They've been trying to give us a lot of extra reasons to play the discard, the tormenting voice type cards, and I think this one, if you have to play it, it's totally fine. But I don't think it's that exciting.
No, but I mean, go back to that Prismari deck. Like, this fits.
Yeah, no, it does.
I agree with you, though. It's not that exciting. I would give it a D+ for Season Spoils.
If you have to play it, you have to play it. But it's not really going to be where you want to be.
Strife Scholar is next. This is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Orc Sorcerer at common. It has Ward, pay 2 life, and it enters prepared. And its spell is Awaken the Ages, which is a 5 and a red sorcery that says create 2 2/2 red and white creature spirit tokens.
You know what's kind of funny is like some amount of these spells I've just never heard of. Like, where did this card come from?
I mean, are these all reprints?
I mean, they're all real cards, as far as I know.
Oh, I thought some were and some weren't.
Oh, is that true?
I think so. Yeah, because there's a ton of these I haven't heard of.
Yeah, that maybe that probably does make more sense than I just haven't heard of these cards.
Because I feel like every time I see one that I recognize, I'm like, oh, cool, and then the rest I'm like, yeah, whatever. So this is an interesting take. We've often had the like 2 mana that then you can spend like 5 or 6 later to do something. But this is a 3 mana that then you can pay 6 mana later to do something. And then they kind of interestingly maybe tacked on Ward, pay 2 life on a 2 toughness creature. Combat's kind of your main concern with it dying. Strife Scholar looks not super
It looks
great.
fine.
Yeah.
It looks fine.
D+ for Strife.
What I don't like about it is it's a 3/2 that is going to die when it gets into combat. That's what 3/2s do. But then also it's got a 6 mana spell on it. So like I'm not sure how am I supposed to just not do anything with this card for 3 turns, then cast a mediocre spell? Like, that doesn't sound amazing to me.
No, none of this does. I would go D+ for Strife Scholar.
Yeah, I like D+ for it, which it is exactly what D+s are, which is you can play this card and it's fine, but I think you can usually do a little bit better.
Yeah, fringe playable. Next up is Tablet of Discovery. This is 2 and a red for an artifact. It's uncommon. And it says when this enters, mill a card, you may play that card this turn. And then it taps to add red, or double red, but only to cast instant sorcery spells.
I think this card's really cool. It's a really neat design, first of all. But
this turn.
So you mill a card, and then if it's something you can play, like if you mill a land, you could play it if you haven't played a land yet. If you mill a spell, well, it taps for 2 mana for instants and sorceries, 1 mana otherwise. Like,
That's cool. I like that it replaces itself, although it is just a little tricky to, maybe playing it on turn 3 isn't ideal, but that is kind of when you want the ramp part.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to be a little tricky with this is, I think that you are not going to want to play this on turn 3 so much, but if you don't play it on turn 3, like you are losing out on some of the ramps. So I don't really know the answer to how that's going to play out so much. Yeah,
it feels like a card that's kind of split down the middle. It is cool though. I think I would give it.
I kind of want to give this a B.
Man, I wanted to go a lot lower.
It seems pretty great to me. I don't know.
I just feel like you kind of can't have both. You know what I mean? It's like I'm reading it as one card or the other rather than both. Like it's either late game replaces itself-ish, but then the ramp isn't very good, or it's early game and you kind of have to forego the card, but then you get like a decent mana rock. And I'm not really interested in either of those. Put them together, I'm interested, but I'm not at the B level, I guess. I think I would give it like a C.
I think this is a good card because I think what you can do is you can just take a turn off. Like you don't have, you can get both. Like if you play this on turn 4, that way if you flip a land, you just get to play it right away, and you have 2 to 3 mana to play the card with, and then you still are getting a decent amount out of the ramp.
Okay, so that's the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. C plus, I would go for Tablet of Discovery. What do you want to give it?
I think this looks like big Lorehold or even or Prismari both look like they would utilize this card pretty nicely.
So what grade do you want to give it?
I would give it a B. I would still give it a B.
Holy smokes. Next is Unsubtle Mockery.
You're gonna really like this card. You're gonna take that card highly.
Mockery or Tablet?
No, the Tablet. The Mockery too, because it's just a great card. But
yeah,
I feel like the Tablet's going to be like a slow burn. I think you are going to like the Tablet a lot.
Yeah, I think the real key is like if I can mill a card that I can use this thing to cast, then it's like so good, you know, or hit the land drop. I like what you said about playing it on 4. For 4, that makes sense to me because you have a better chance to hit a land and cast the thing and all that stuff. Next is Unsubtle Mockery, 2 in a red instant. Common. Unsubtle Mockery deals 4 damage to target creature, surveil 1.
Yeah, this one's nice.
Very good. Is it a B minus or a C plus? It's a B minus, right?
Can it just be a B? 3 mana, deal 4, surveil 1, instant speed. Seems pretty great.
Yeah, that is really good. All right, B for Unsubtle Mockery. Next up is Garrison Excavator. This is 3 in a red for a 3/4 orc sorcerer at uncommon. It's got menace. And whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. Well, there's your payoff.
Yeah, I mean, 3/4 menace is fine. That's not really what we're after. But imagine if you played a turn 3 Rubble Rouser and you played this on turn 4 and you just immediately can make a thing. Like, that sounds incredible.
That sounds really good. If you play a card off of Tablet of Discovery, that is leaving your graveyard, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a thing too.
There we go. Your favorite card works with that too.
B plus. Garrison Excavator for Lorehold is like a B plus, right?
Something like that, yeah.
But for like Prismari, it's like shrug.
Yeah, I think for Prismari, well, you know, I have faith that they're gonna do a pretty good job of like doing some good crossovers.
They are.
So I actually think that like these are not just going to be Lorehold or just Prismari cards. I think that we're going to see a pretty good amount of like, hey, this actually works pretty nicely here.
Yeah. So I would give Garrison Excavator a B, but in Lorehold, it's probably like a B plus. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's good. I think this is going to be one of the good build arounds.
Next is Micah, Reader of Ruins. This is 3 in a red for a 4/4 legendary human artificer at uncommon. It has ward, pay 3 life, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy.
I'm not seeing a lot of cheap or free artifacts.
What's my artifact I'm sacking?
Floating around, so I'm skeptical of this one. I will say
I would start Micah, Reader of Ruins off at a D.
Yeah,
even though it does have decent stats, that's just not what carries the day in these type of sets. Next is Tackle Artist. This is 3 in a red for a 4/3 trampling orc sorcerer at common, and it has Opus, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and Super Opus, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it instead.
So 4 mana, 4/3 trample, and then +1/+1 counters. All right, yeah, this looks like a C.
Yeah,
like you're going to be happy to play this card. You're not going to necessarily like you're not going to have to take this card early.
No, definitely not. And by the way, this is yet another vote for the creature based version of it. So obviously that's where it's at. Next up is Archaic's. It being Prismari. Next up is Archaic's Agony. This is 4 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. It says Converge. Archaic's Agony deals X damage to target creature, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast a spell. And it says exile from the top of your library. Exile cards from the top of your library equal to the excess damage dealt to that creature this way. You may play those cards until the end of your next turn. Still, though, this just feels like the other one, right? Where it's just like, well, are you actually hitting for 4?
Yeah, and this is exactly that. Like, it's like, if you can spend 4 colors, then I'm kind of in. If you can spend 2 colors, I'm definitely not. So the only interesting one is, at 3 colors, what do you do?
Right. And I think the answer is no. I really do think you want to be able to at least get to 4.
I think you'd like the dream of getting to 4 for sure.
Yeah. Like if I knew I could only make 3 colors, I don't know that you can do this converge stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. I think that it's certainly possible that this ends up being, like some of the converge cards are like okay on 2 to 3, but my guess is we're going to want to be like 5 pretty strongly.
Right. Realistically, we're being conservative by saying 4. I mean, you want 5. Like you want to be able to do 5. You want to cast this for 5. Like if you do that, now you're in business. You can kill a 3/3, get 2 cards, kill even a 4/4 and get a card back. So this is obviously a build around card being converge. You don't just throw this into a red deck. I would give it a build around. I'd give it a build around B if you can get to 5 colors. Like this card is strong. It kills something and maybe even draws you a card or 2.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical that
colors,
you could do it.
It is strong, but yes, I agree.
Next up is Artistic Process. This is 3 red for a sorcery. It's uncommon and you can choose one of 3 options. You can have it deal 6 damage to a creature or deal 2 damage to each creature you don't control, or create a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying that has haste until end of turn. That is a nice card. 1-for-1 removal, or on those particular board states where they've gone wide, you can just wipe out their board. And then the fail case, if that's what you want to call it, is a 5-mana 3/3 haste with flying.
Yeah, this looks great. It's going to kill one thing inefficiently, a lot of things potentially quite well, or make a 3/3 when all else fails.
Yep.
And also with haste, might as well just get an extra 3.
I like B for Artistic Process. That versatility really adds up to me.
Yeah.
Next is Heated Argument. That's 4 and a red for an instant at common. It deals 6 damage to target creature. You may exile a card from your graveyard. If you do, it also deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in for this. It's hard to get excited about a 5-mana removal spell, but this one really, you're talking about the crossover type stuff. This one really does the thing. Like the extra 2 damage can really add up in a Prismari deck. Casting a 5-mana removal spell that kills basically anything at 6 damage means you're going to trigger your super opus across the board. And the 2 extra damage is actually going to matter in that scenario too. And in Lorehold, it still nabs a card from your graveyard, which will trigger that stuff too. I like C for Heated Argument. I
think C, it's a completely playable card. It's not something you're not going to be like, oh man, I got one of those.
No, but I think it's very playable, which is saying a lot for a 5-mana removal spell. Next up is Pigment Wrangler. This is 4 and a red for a 4/4 orc sorcerer at uncommon. It's got flying and it enters prepared, and its spell is called Striking Palette. It is red for a sorcery that says when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy.
How much do you like a 5-mana 4/4 flyer? Because that is not bad.
I think I like it. I think it gets the thumbs up. Like a 5-mana 4/4 player would probably be a C, or flyer would be like a C, or
it'd be a C. I don't think it'd be much better.
Right. So this one gives you a clunky but free-ish way to double an instant or sorcery. I mean, that puts it, and that at least keeps it at C or solidifies it there, or maybe even makes it a C plus.
Is it a C plus? Is kind of the question. I think I
think sure. I go C plus.
Yeah.
It's close though. Next up is Rearing Embermare. This is 4 and a red for a 4/5 horse beast at common, and it has reach and haste, a decent combo, but it doesn't do anything else.
Yeah, this looks super replaceable.
I would give this a D.
Yep. Agreed.
Next up is Zealous Lorecaster. This is 6 mana, 5 and a red for a 4/4 giant sorcerer at common. And it says, when this creature enters, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That still seems too slow to me. I love 2 for 1s.
I think you're going to want one of these. Do I think that it's not a high pick? No. So this is probably you could probably pick this around a C- level, but I think one of these looks pretty nice.
Yeah. A decent overlap. Prismari, gets a thing back and then does get a card out of the graveyard to trigger Lore Hold. There's something there. My gut just says that Zealous Lorecaster is like a D. It's just so expensive, 6 mana for a 4/4, even though I really do like the ability. I'll go D plus on it. You think it's like C-?
I think it's like a C. C minus is fine, yeah.
C or C-. Okay. That'll move us to green. First card is called Oracle's Restoration. This is green for a sorcery at common, and it says target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain a life. This one kind of does everything.
Yeah, it is a sorcery, but it replaces itself and gains a life. Looks pretty great.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty good because you can just kind of sneak these in on curve, maybe unlock an attack that you didn't have, replace itself, get some triggers, gain a life, etc. I mean, would you give it a D plus, C-? Like, I don't think it's a C.
Really?
No.
Cycling, doing it all?
Well, it's just green. Like, why do I want to cycle it? Like, if it was red or blue.
Well, because the gain of life, it's a cycling life gain card in your.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I like the life gain. The fact that it cycles is okay, but not like what. I'm not generating any extra value off of that,
True. I think it's a C. I think that I suspect that the Witherbloom decks will be pretty happy with this card.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll go C- on Oracle's Restoration. Next up, it's a card you read. Studious First Year. This is the green 1/1 Bear Wizard at common, and it enters prepared. And it has its spell is Rampant Growth. 1 in a green sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. Dude, this is sweet, right?
This is awesome. If this isn't the best green common, I'm not really sure what it is going to be.
Yeah, this has to be the front runner.
It's just so much value. Gives you a nice creature to sacrifice, gives you a Rampant Growth. Your Converge decks will like this. Like, it just kind of does it all.
It does. What grade would you give Studious First Year?
I'd give it a B-, I think.
Yeah, C+, B- range. Next
you
up
could do C+, sure. It's in that tier. It's in the best common, but not as good as the good uncommons tier.
Right. Wild Hypothesis is next. It's green X for a sorcery at common. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it and surveil 2.
So for 3 mana, you get a 4/4? No, 2/2.
2/2.
Then you surveil 2.
And you get
4 mana, you get a 3/3. I would not play this unless I really wanted to, unless I really wanted X spells.
Same. It's meant to scale with the game, but it kind of doesn't do well at any stage. I feel like you're going to be looking for higher rarity stuff for your like late game, and this is not good early game. I mean, the Surveil 2 does go a long way, but man, the price is steep. I would give it a D for Wild Hypothesis.
Yeah, I agree. If you want this card, like there's not another person at the table likely to really want it. Like there's some Quandrix decks that would definitely want this card.
There are, and there are some cards that care about X spells and all that, so it has some place. But
2 mana, 1/1 Surveil 2, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Next is Burrog Barrage. This is 1 and a green for an instant. At common, it says target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you've cast another instant or sorcery spell this turn, then it deals damage equal to its power up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. So it's templated a little weird, but you don't get the bonus unless you've cast another instant or sorcery, but it does do the fight either way. Or the bite. It's
always a bite. And then sometimes it's going to, if you cast an instant or sorcery. So I guess a Quandrix card in some respects, but obviously any of the decks can play this card just fine.
I love that artwork. He's all geared up. Yeah, I mean, I would give this a C+. And as I noted before, we already have...
It's going to be a good removal spell.
Yeah, we've got the Witherbloom 1/1. For Witherbloom, it works well with the 1/1 Death Toucher and any other Death Touchers. It'll be good too. Next is Environmental Scientist. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 human druid at uncommon. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. Goated.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be one of the better uncommons for sure. This just looks like a B+ to me.
Me too.
I just really can't imagine. Like, I loved Civic Wayfinder. This is a 2 mana instead of a 3 mana straight up same card.
Yes. That is exactly what this is.
I'm in, you know.
Do we quit Magic when it becomes 1 mana?
Yeah, that gives us a sign.
It's like, okay, they've gone too far. Next is Follow the Lumerets. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common and it has Infusion. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand. If you gain life this turn, you may instead reveal 2 creature and or land cards from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And that's out of 4. So most green decks probably are very live to hit 2 if you've infusioned.
Yeah. And
I would really need to, though. I don't want to play this unless I...
Yeah, if you're not infusing, I feel like this is not particularly great.
No, 2 mana, 1 mana you can pay for this, but 2 mana is too much. So I'm playing this if I can infusion somewhat regularly, and then I'm probably playing one of these or 0. So I would give Follow the Lumerets probably a D+. In that Witherbloom deck, it's probably like a C-.
Look, here's the great part. As always, if no one else wants it, I mean, if you're the one who wants it, you're going to get it late. You don't have to take this card early. It's going to be good in your deck, but it's not a card you need to really heavily prioritize or anything.
Exactly. Next is Glorious Decay. It's 1 and a green for an instant at common. It says choose 1, destroy target artifact, or it deals 4 damage to target creature with flying, or exile target card from a graveyard and draw a card. So there's your fail case.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. That is an overlappy card, no doubt about it.
So I just don't really like any of these things, though.
I agree. I would
still call this a sideboard card. Look, I appreciate it. They tried their best to make it not a sideboard card, and yet
it is a sideboard card. I agree. Next up is Infirmary Healer. This is 1 and a green for a 2/3 cat cleric at uncommon. It enters prepared, and its spell is Stream of Life. It's green X for a sorcery. Target player gains X life.
Stream of Life. That's awesome.
That is amazing. Is it good?
Yeah, I guess I would probably be happy with this card, honestly.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana 2/3. So again, when the spell itself isn't like super impactful or something that's really important, you kind of look to the floor, right? Like, well, what am I getting? And, if they're going to tack on Stream of Life, sure. Target player gains X life. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great card, But if I'm getting it for free and I get a 2-mana 2/3, I'm in. Like, great. So I would give this card like a C+.
Yeah, I like C+. I think that you actually could. I mean, this card could be pretty sick in the late game. Sometimes you're just going to like gain 9 life. You know, you're just sitting there doing nothing.
It's true. and it'll trigger your infusion. Lumeret's Favor is next. This is 1 and a green for an instant at uncommon. It says, infusion, if you cast a spell, copy it. If you gain life this turn, you may choose new targets for the copy. What does it do? Target creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn. 2 of those would be pretty good. Spreading around 4 power and 8 toughness.
Yeah, if you can get to a point where like you're able to gain life, attack, have mana up, like you could really do some damage here.
Yeah, and this is clearly a pest. You know, you attack with a couple of pests and you've gained the life, and now you're just sitting on your Lumeret's Favor, and your opponent is very incentivized to just try to eat those pests up. They're just going to block with their 2/2 and their 3/3 and be like, sure, I'll block like this. And then you go, cool, Lumeret's Favor, lose your guys. It's like, oh. And it's an okay combat trick on its own. +2/+4 does win most combat.
Yeah, I think
give it a C.
Yeah, I like C for this. I could definitely see this card working out kind of nicely.
I could too. Next up is Mindful Biomancer. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 Dryad Druid, which is a common. And it says, when this creature enters, you gain 1 life, and you can pay 2 and a green. This creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You can only activate it once each turn, but you can do it whenever you want. This is kind of a classic threat of activation type card. It enters the battlefield. You get your little bonus for infusion or whatever. And then when you turn it sideways, if they have a 3/3, they can't block it, and you don't have to pay the 3 mana. So you get in for 2.
Spotting you a life gain at the start is pretty nice.
It is. I think Mindful Biomancer is like a C.
Yeah, it's a C. I don't think you're going to cut this card from your deck very often.
Yeah. Next up is Noxious Newt. This is 1 and a green for a 1/2 Salamander at common. Ooh, and it has Death Touch. So now we've got 2 separate small creatures with the bite spell that have Death Touch. So that's kind of what you want to see for green. And then it taps to add green. I wonder if they were tempted to make it tap for more colors, for the Converge throw-ins.
Yeah, but it was hard. I mean, this is obviously a little bit like the Butler from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Right.
Like, this is super great card. I don't know if it's literally the best green common, because I think the Rampant Growth one might still be better, but they're very close. They both look really good at enabling like the Quandrix ramp stuff. Wither Bloom, I'm a little bit less sure about.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I like C, though, for Noxious Newt, and if I had to go above or below, I would go above. But I think I would just stick at C.
I would do C+. I think C+ is reasonable.
Okay, fair enough. Next is Chelonian or Chelonian. How would you say that?
Chelonian, I think.
Chelonian Tackle. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says target creature you control gets +0/+10 until end of turn. Then it fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Funny enough, this also works really well with the 2 Death Touch small creatures. Just turns this into a sorcery speed removal spell.
This is a really funny card.
That's a weird card.
+10? It's 3 mana?
Sorcery speed? Okay. I don't know. It looks like kind of like a C- to me. I mean, it's 3 mana sorcery speed fight. Like,
doesn't look great to me. I don't know.
Would you rather have +1/+1 or +0/+10?
+1/+1, I think, unlocks a lot more, especially since it's sorcery. It's not like you're mid-combat doing it and having it like really work out,
I know. Like, how can I be getting 8 times more stuff and not 8 times, but 8 more things and be not as happy? I think I just go C- on Chelonian Tackle.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, there's going to be times when it does some pretty ridiculous stuff, I would imagine.
Agreed. And all the Doran players are like, what's this? Next card is Efflorescence. It's a cool name. 2 and a green for an instant at common. And it says put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. And then it has Infusion. That creature also gains Trample and Indestructible until end of turn if you've gained life.
So you really need to have the Infusion in order to like unlock the high end of this card. I think this card doesn't look very good.
It's too risky, right? I mean, even if you have
expensive.
Infusion, you're still paying 3 mana to target your own thing. And if it gets bounced or killed, it doesn't matter that you had Infusion. I would give Efflorescence a D.
Yeah, I like D. Look, there will be some times when it does something good for you, but most of the time that's just not going to be the case. I don't think.
I mean, I like the power level. I just don't like the risk. Next is Emil Vastland's Roamer. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 legendary elf druid at uncommon. It says creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have trample. And you can pay 4 and a green and tap this thing to create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. Man, so big gap between 2 and 3 there, huh?
Yeah, because if you're spending 5 mana and tapping it to make a 3/3, and then it has trample, who cares about that, really? I mean, mostly it's just a 3 mana 3/3 with a pretty solid activated ability that I would say most games are limited. You're not going to be activating that ability too much, but when you do, it's going to be good.
Definitely.
It's a nice ability to have for sure.
For sure. And if you just have one random other land, even if you're just straight up, let's say Quandrix or whatever, now you are making the 3/3s. And if you are in the Converge deck, it does seem kind of absurd. But as you said, I mean, the floor is high on this. So I like Emil Vastland's Roamer at least a B.
I would say B, because I think most of the value is in the 3 mana, just 3/3 part. But then when the other part comes out, like that is something your opponent has to respect for sure.
For sure. And it looks like there's no speed control on this either. You can just say go with all your mana up and, they assume you're going to make one of these things or whatever, right? So it's kind of, even if you're only making 2/2s, that's not a 0. Next up is Shopkeeper's Bane. This is 2 and a green for a 4/2 Badger Pest. It's common. It has trample. And when it attacks, you gain 2 life because it's a pest, but bigger. 3 mana 4/2 trample, attack, gain 2. Yeah.
If you care about the gain, it's good. If you don't, it's really not.
It's really not. Yeah.
That's basically what it comes down to, I think.
Pretty decent with the bite and fight spells here too. I think I would give Shopkeeper's Bane a D.
Yeah, that seems about right. Like, one of the things I'm liking of seeing a lot of these cards is there's a lot of cards here that I wouldn't play in most decks, but I would play in the decks that want them. And that's a great place to be.
That is.
Like that is what you want to see.
Yeah, it's interesting because you mentioned that there's a lot of these pivot type cards that cover a bunch of different things, and then there's some that fall into one home. And that does make drafting a little more curated. But without you knowing it, right? It kind of inceptions you into being like, I drafted a good deck. Next up is Thornfist Striker. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 elf druid at uncommon. It has Ward 1 and Infusion. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample as long as you've gained life this turn. A lot of these ones that if you trigger them by attacking with a pest, they make things good for you. This is another one of those.
Yeah, I mean, this one looks like a beater.
It does.
I suspect Thornfist Striker is going to be like a B-. Like, it just looks like it hits pretty hard, a little hard to remove.
Yeah.
It seems pretty good to me.
I like B- too. Next is Topiary Lecturer. This is 2 and a green for a 1/2 elf druid at uncommon. It has increment and tap, add an amount of green equal to this creature's power. Dang. That is cool. That is going to lead to some busted turn 4s and 5s for sure.
So if you cast this on 3, then turn 4, it's tapped for 1 mana just to start with. And if you play a 2 mana spell, all of a sudden this now taps. So you go turn 3, turn 4, play a 2 mana spell. You can still play a 4-drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks pretty nice.
Dude, this is cool. I like B plus for Topiary Lecturer, especially for Quandrix where the mana is going to be really great.
Yeah.
Like they'll have a lot, the X spells and places to put that mana. Next up is Aberrant Mana Worm. This is 3 and a green for a 2/5 worm at uncommon. It's got trample. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of the Spectacular Whale, the 1/4.
Yeah.
They get +3/+0. Where like defensively it's okay, and then it's a 2/5 is pretty good. And then sometimes it's attacking as like a 6/5 or a 7/5. So it's pretty good on offense.
Mm-hmm. And trample's nice and good 5 toughness there.
Yeah. This looks like probably like a C+ to me.
It does to me too. That's a pushed card. It's only 4 mana. Like that thing's going to hit pretty good. Next up is Hungry Graphalon. It's 3 and a green for a 3/4 giraffe. It's common. It's got reach and increment. But increment starts pretty high here, right? 3 power. So you got to cast something that costs 4 more to get even the first counter on it. It looks like a D to me, honestly.
Yeah. If you get 1 counter on this, you feel okay about it, but
4
you're
or
not
5 reach for 4. Yeah, that's true. And you probably will. But it's slow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do like a 3/4 reach. Like that is a very good defensive stance, for if you're trying to go into the late game, and it attacks okay, so I do like the stats, but I don't know. I just keep going back to some of the absurdly powerful uncommons that we saw at the gold slot. And a lot of those, I mean, there's 10 of each at the gold cards at common and uncommon. And we're not even in the rares or mythics yet. It's going to be tough for cards like Hungry Graphalon to find a home, I think, in a powerful
I totally agree.
Next is Pestwood Sloth. Pest Brood Sloth. This is 3 and a green for a 4/4 plant sloth at uncommon with reach. Boy, flyers are in a hostile environment here against green. When this creature dies, create 2 1/1 black and green pest creature tokens whenever this creature attacks, you gain a life. That's pretty dang good, man.
This card's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
what do you
don't
not
have
like?
to be doing anything in particular for this card to be good, and it certainly gets the job done if you're playing the Witherbloom.
What was the stupid spider that we played in I think it was in common and uncommon cube for a while?
Penumbra Spider, the 2/4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move over. Pest Brood Sloth, welcome to the fold here. I would give it a B just on power level, just on rate.
Yeah, definitely. Pest Brood Sloth looks great to me.
Zimone's Experiment, 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 creature and or land cards from among them. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Put all land cards revealed this way onto the battlefield tapped, and put all creature cards revealed this way into your hand. Cool. Very difficult to miss in a typical green deck. And getting the lands right away is nice.
Yeah, this looks sweet. The ramp part really makes up for the fact that you're spending turn 4, maybe not doing that much,
Right. And I mean, I guess the best is just to split, get 1 extra land, and then start, get the spell that you want to cast with it. But I mean, if you revealed land, creature, you could just put 2 lands onto the battlefield, if that's what was the most important thing.
Yeah.
I mean, these type of cards come at a pretty steep cost.
I think mostly the split's going to be 1 and 1.
That's the ideal. Yeah. I think I would say C for Zimone's Experiment.
I like C. I don't think you need to go much lower.
Or higher. Additive Evolution is next. It's 5 mana, 3 green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. And it says when this enters, Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn.
This is nice.
Dude, really nice. That's a combo with our Tender too. Remember we were talking about cards that could give you +1/+1 counters like over and over again for the Fractal Tender. Well, here you go. You need 2 uncommons that both cost 5 mana, but you can do it.
Yeah, but I mean, just base level, this is a 5 mana 4/4 that leaves behind an enchantment that gives you pretty significant value.
Definitely.
And you don't even have to put the 4th counter on that same creature.
Yes.
I like this card. Additive Evolution that's nice.
Super good. I would say B+ for Additive Evolution, like a decent starting spot. And like you said, really good leftovers.
I mean, it's just the kind of card that like, as long as you're not losing, as long as you can survive a bit, I think it will end up paying you off nicely. Like you'll feel it. I mean, I'm not saying a +1/+1 counter every turn is like, oh yeah, you can't lose, but it's like, +1/+1 counter and vigilance means like just a lot of boards are going to get pretty good for you.
Totally. And it gives you that inevitability too. Like just just stay alive and keep some creatures on the board and this thing will take over. Next up is Tenured Concoctor. This is 4 and a green for a 4/5 Troll Druid at common. It has vigilance. So 5 mana 4/5 vigilance. And whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. And it
Fighting
has
back against repartee.
Yeah, it's a reverse version. And then it has Infusion. This creature gets +2/+0 as long as you've gained life this turn.
That Infusion is like, oh man, we got to put Infusion text on this. What do we do?
Yeah.
+2/+0.
Yeah, it's like the filler Infusion text. This is good. Like that's a common, bro. 4/5 vigilance with 2 extra abilities.
Yeah.
You know, experience tells us to go C-, D+ for a card like this. I go a little higher. I'll go C-. I'll go on the high end of our, like these cards almost never, crack into the C+, B- range. They do every once in a while though. But I'd start C- on Tenured Concoctor. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds legit to me.
Next is go ahead.
It is nice that when you play this, if they have removal, like they're not gonna get off easy. Like you do get to punish them for it.
Exactly. Next is Snarl Song. This is 5 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It has Converge. Create 2 0/0 fractal creature tokens. Put X +1/+1 counters on each of them, and you gain X life, where X is, that's right, the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. I mean, it seems like a good Converge payoff, but like, are we convinced that Converge is something that you can consistently do or do it all?
I think it probably will be a deck because they have a lot of Converge cards in here, and this looks like a pretty well tested.
It does.
Set.
It has that vibe already.
So I don't have a strong reason to think that Converge is like not going to work out, but they are just clearly just straight up build arounds. Like, this is not a card you would just casually put in a deck.
No.
So we'll have to kind of see how that plays out. I'm assuming that the Converge cards, because they all look to be pretty similar power level. Like if you cast this for 4, you get 4 life,
2 4/4s, and 4. I mean, it's huge.
That's pretty good. This one's a little stronger than some of the other ones, but yeah, I would say they're mostly like into if you're doing it, they're like in the B to B+ range, which is kind of where you want your build arounds to be.
Yes, especially because other decks presumably won't want this. I mean, this does get kind of interesting. 6 mana, 2 2/2s, gain 2, not that great, but if you are splashing, if you have the ability to make any other mana, I think you're already there at 2 3/3s, gain 3 life for 6. As at least as a passable bar. If 4 or 5, I mean, I think this card's like a B+. So I'd give it a build around B+ because that's where I expect to see it.
Yeah, so that sounds about right to me.
Okay, so what do we have? White still, and then a very I think, a very small handful of colorless and lands because of, again, the gold cards kind of eat up so much in a set like this. First white card is called Daydream. It is white for a sorcery at uncommon. It says exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. And you can flash this back for 2 and a white. Key thing here, though, Luis, this is a sorcery.
Yeah, it would be busted.
It would be really, really good
if it wasn't. But yeah, how good is this? I think it's probably pretty good. Feels like a flash. I think the flashback cards are generally just pretty good in general. Mm-hmm. And then I feel like this is gonna, I don't know, do enough stuff that I think that you're gonna be pretty happy with it overall.
Yeah, I mean, what's the joke here? I flashback for Lorehold's good, but like just ETBs.
ETBs mostly. It's a +1/+1 counter as well, so it's a pump spell.
Okay, it's a pump. It's
repartee. It's like you get to target things multiple times. So twice. I think Silver Quill might actually be better for this.
So you would like attack and then like post combat blink it, and then you get it untapped with a counter, and you get your trigger from repartee or something.
Yeah,
because it's a sorcery. Like you can't,
or you just trigger repartee that you want on a creature that's like not attacking.
Yeah.
And I think that
all adds up.
Could probably work out pretty well.
That's enough. That's enough meat on the bone for sure. C+ for Daydream.
Yeah, I like C+. Like,
can't get into B.
This card looks to me like a card that could be common. And again, if that's the case, like what is happening?
Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, so it's probably a B+. Next is Dig Site Inventory. This is white for a sorcery at common. It says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn, and it has flashback for white.
Yeah, similar. Like this looks to me like if you're doing the Lorehold thing or you're doing the Silver Quill thing, then you probably want to play these cards.
Is this better than Daydream?
Depends on your deck. I think. I think it has Daydream is much higher high end, but yeah, this could totally be better.
Because this is like you get to do 2 triggers the same turn, and easily, and attack, which seems good. I would give this a
C.
Build around C.
Yeah, that sounds legit.
Next is Elite Interceptor. This is white for a 1/2 human wizard. It's common. It enters prepared. And its spell is called Rejoinder, which is one and a white for a sorcery. You may tap or untap target creature, draw a card. Man, we are 3 cards into white, and they all are repartee specialists.
Yeah, I like Elite Interceptor a lot. I mean,
man,
who doesn't like Threeman Inspector, right?
Totally. And this one affects combat.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that looks like a very solid C to me. It might even just be actually, I would give it a C+ for Elite Interceptor. Given the context.
C+ for sure.
Dude,
for sure.
1 mana?
The only thing is it's a clue that if this thing dies, you don't get the clue anymore. Mm-hmm. So like you do have to keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I think that the Elite Interceptor looks like a great common to me. I
agree. And also like, let me outline the scenario. You play Elite Interceptor. They use a removal spell to kill it. Like, who's really behind in that transaction, right? Like, yeah, sure, you didn't get your spell, but they had to use a removal spell on your 1-drop. Like, you're pretty happy. Next, that card's going to do serious work. I'm already scared of it. Next up is Graduation Day. This is white for an enchantment at uncommon. It has repartee. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on target. So wow, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control for repartee. It just sits there and does that.
Yeah, this looks great.
It does not spot you one, however.
No, but like having this in play seems like it's going to be pretty strong.
I agree. This just seems like a nightmare. And from what we've seen, there's lots of support for repartee. I mean, not only the first 3 cards in white, but the ones from before too. So.
I mean, if you were starting with with this. Like, if your opponent plays this on turn one, you're just going to be like, oh my God, this is going to be annoying.
Totally. The downsides to these cards are very significant. They're terrible top decks late game, and they often don't do what you think they're going to do because you kind of put them in this, best case scenario type thing. But for me, I'm going to, how I often have the thing where like, you got to prove it. Like I'm going to be the opposite. I'm taking and playing Graduation Day, and I will be the sacrificial lamb if it's not as good, because it just looks really good to me. Yeah, and this deck totally looks really good to me too. I'd give it a build around B.
Yeah, I like Graduation Day build around B. And honestly, the build around is just B Silver Quill. I don't think you're going to have too much trouble if you're Silver Quill of making good use of this.
Exactly. Next is Interjection. This is white for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains first strike until end of turn. So we are now 5 cards in, and they all either enable or care about repartee. So
yep. Well, that's good. To be fair, we also do it in order of casting cost, and 1 mana spells are where you put a lot of these.
Okay. Still 5 for 5, bro.
It's a great point, he says.
5 for 5. This combat trick looks fine. I would give it a C-.
Yeah. Sounds about right. I mean, it's kind of pushed.
It's a little pushed, and it's in a set that cares about it a little bit more. It's a good card. Next up is Ennis Debate Moderator. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 legendary human cleric at uncommon. And when it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if 1 or more cards were put into exile this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Ennis.
Another blink card. And this card. This plays nicely with the other blink card too. If that ends up being what you want to do. Also, just 2 mana for basically a 2/2 blinker.
Yeah,
and that seems pretty reasonable to me.
It does. I'd give Ennis a B.
Yeah, I like B for Ennis.
That's a great way to start a game, or to fill out the middle part of your curve where you freeze something up or whatever, and he just keeps growing.
Yeah, I mean, what you want to look for when you've got Ennis is you want to look for just good ETBs, and then you can go pretty hard, I would imagine.
Yeah. Next is Group Project. This is 1 and a white for a sorcery at uncommon. Create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token, and it has flashback, but there's no mana associated with it. It's tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Nice.
This card is awesome.
That's
looks
good.
Really sick.
The trick with these ones that let you tap things like this is that you can often do both things in the same turn.
Yeah. And this is going to be 2 mana for 2/2/2s a lot of the time. Because it already, again, spots you 1 because this one. So it's really not that hard to end up there.
Yeah, that is dope.
I like B for Group Project.
Definitely. Easy B. Next is Harsh Annotation. This is 1 and a white for an instant at uncommon. It says destroy target creature. That's the good news. Bad news, its controller creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying.
Yeah, I'm not loving that, to be honest.
Nope. Every time these fail.
Yeah.
They have not found the lower limit of a creature that you can turn the thing into that makes these good, and this turns it into a good creature. Flyer. Like arguably upgrades some creatures.
Yeah.
Still, they can be a catch-all. They can be, I don't have any other removal. They can be good against certain bombs or whatever, but I would give it a D, or a D-. Like, you should not be playing Harsh Annotation. Quill Blade Laureate is next. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 human cleric at uncommon. It's got double strike, and it comes prepared, and it has the spell of Twofold Intent, which is a 1 and a white sorcery that gives target creature +1/+0 and double strike until end of turn, which really makes you want to cast it on something other than it. But
I think is the idea. But a 2 mana 1/1 double strike isn't even that far away from a card I'm interested in.
No, it's actually right pretty close, isn't it?
And as a result, like I think I would be pretty happy to just put this card in the deck and set up some big attacks with twofold intent.
And set up yet more repartee.
I mean, I'd probably give it like a C+.
C+,
like,
probably.
I don't think we're quite B level, but
yeah, I'm with you. Next up is Rapier Wit. This is 1 and a white for an instant at common. It says tap target creature. If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it and then you also draw a card. Yeah.
I mean, 2 mana to stun something and draw a card, or tap it and draw a card. I'm fine with both of those things.
If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it. Interesting. That's interesting. So that's to make it.
It basically, I think effectively it's to make it so like it's not 2 mana tap draw and put a stun counter, but it gives you some interesting optionality.
Yeah, it's funny. What I'm actually thinking is that like maybe I don't want the stun count. I guess it's just you're going to target your other stuff all the time. But you know, I'm just trying to think of it in terms of repartee. You know, but whatever. Sure. This looks like a D+.
Yeah,
there's nothing
totally
really
playable
to complain about, but it's not that impactful. And I think you're hoping for better ways to get this stuff going. Like,
yeah, you're going to end up cutting this card at some amount of the time. I would imagine.
The problem is that like, if you want to get repartee going, then you're going to do your own combat tricks. And if you want a removal spell, you're going to try to draft removal spells, not this thing.
Yeah.
Next up is Shattered Acolyte. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 dwarf warlock at common. It has lifelink, and you can pay 1 and sacrifice this creature to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Common, by the way.
It's like, I mean, here's a question: should I put this card in cube? Like,
seriously?
Like they push it. We've got a bunch of the 2/2s that sack to destroy artifacts and enchantment. Now they just has lifelink. Obviously, this card's good. It's like a C+ or something.
Yeah, I think
just
it's
a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink is really nice.
It is C+ for Shattered Acolyte. It maybe takes a small hit because this isn't a set that's all about artifacts or enchantments. That those are not core theme things, but still, they're around. Next is Stone Docent. It's 1 and a white for a 3/1 Spirit Chimera. It is common and it has white. Exile this card from your graveyard. You gain 2 life, surveil 1, and you can only activate it at sorcery speed. I mean, it's a perfectly powerful card, but like Lorehold wants it. Trade it for something and then exile it and get a trigger. Is that the joke?
I mean, it's certainly a Lorehold card. The question is it a good enough one? 2 mana 3/1 that later you can gain life, surveil 2, and obviously trigger all your stuff. That's like the big part about that. Yeah, I think I would be in for that.
Okay. A playable 2-drop, you'd call it?
Yeah.
So a C-.
I would give it a C-. Like, I think that you're probably going to play this more often than not in Lorehold, and you're probably not going to play it when you're Silver Quill, and you won't always play it in Lorehold. But if you have like 3 or 4 things that care about graveyards, like it's a 2 mana 3/1. Like you're totally fine card.
Next up is Owlin Historian. This is 2 and a white for a 2/3 bird cleric at common. It's got flying. And it says when this creature enters, surveil 1. And whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Baby, I'm owling for you. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good card. 3 mana 2/3 flying, surveil 1. Like, how spoiled are we? Can we turn that down?
I know this card's going to be a D+ or a C- or something, but I just read it and I'm like, well,
It might not be, but yeah.
I just can't find anything to complain about. C- for Owlin Historian is where I'm going to land.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go C-.
Rehearsed Debater is 2 and a white for a 3/3 Djinn Bard at common with vigilance and repartee. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Filler.
Filler. It's a D-level filler.
D filler. Next is Soaring Stone Glider. That's 2 and a white for a 4/3 Elephant Cleric at uncommon. It says an additional cost to cast this spell. Exile 2 cards from your graveyard or pay 1 and a white. So it's either 5 mana or 2 cards away from your graveyard and 3 mana. And it also has Flying and Vigilance. This is a 3 mana 4/3 Flying Vigilance that triggers all your lore hold stuff or costs 2 extra mana.
I mean, this card looks awesome. Like, it's just not going to be hard to make it work in either way you want it to work. Like, both in terms of enabling your graveyard stuff, but also just like being a big flyer. And it feels like it's going to combine really nicely to do both.
It does. That seems, man, when you do all of the things, it's going to go off. Also, elephants are cool. What do you think? Like,
probably like a B.
B, right?
It just seems like a premium lorehold card.
It does. Spirit Call Enthusiast is next. It's 2 and a white for a 3/3 Cat Cleric at uncommon. It says, whenever one or more tokens you control enter, this creature becomes prepared. And its spell is Scroll Boost, which is 1 and a white for a sorcery that says 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Man, they have laid that on thick. It feels like every single one of the white and even many of the black bonus spells or whatever you call these are like all just target something to make it a little bigger.
So I think the real question is gonna end up being like, how good are the repartee like payoffs? Because there's the enables. We got the enablers here. We're no shortage there.
Yes, I agree. That is exactly what I'm wondering. And we'll probably see. We've seen a little bit at common, but I mean the uncommons and up are where that's I think really gonna shine. This card seems really solid though. I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/3. The tokens thing is a little bit of a steeper hill, but I just view this extra spell as such a free roll. It's not, entirely needed. That said, I'd give Spirit Call Enthusiast like a C, maybe even a C minus. Like 3 mana 3/3. If you're not really making tokens, it's not that good.
Yeah, I agree.
Next up is Stand Up for Yourself. 2 and a white for an instant at uncommon. Destroy target creature with power 3 or greater.
Sure, that's pretty good. It kills most things, I would imagine.
Instant speed. C+ for Stand Up for Yourself.
Yeah.
Kind of designed to...
I think you're going to be largely pretty happy with this card, is my guess.
Eager Glyph Mage is 3 and a white for a 3/3 Cat Cleric at common. It says, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. Man, the filler's pretty good these days.
This is not filler. This is the best white common.
Maybe.
I mean, we'll see, but
it's really good.
4 mana for a 3/3 plus a 1/1 flyer. That's
fine. Don't get too excited.
All right.
Bro, have you read some of these cards?
Yeah, no, I see. I hear what you're saying, but it's
good. It is really good.
It is pretty great.
Would you give it a B or a B minus? I was going to say C+, but
I still think C+.
Okay.
But I think it is quite good.
It is very good. I mean, it's just, yeah. I am numb now to how insanely good these cards are. Honor Bound Page.
No, that is fair. That is fair. I hear that. But
yeah, it is.
These
really
cards
good.
But this kind of card is always the best card.
It is. You're right. It's just the ones that just ask nothing of you and just give you
this has flying.
It is crazy. That is just crazy. Honor Bound Page is 3 and a white for a 3/3 first strike prepared Cat Cleric at common. And it has Forum's Favor. Guess what it does, Luis? It's white for a sorcery.
Does it target a creature?
Creature gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. I mean, they just throw this stuff around. It's crazy. It's a 3/3 first strike, and it comes prepared, so you don't need to do anything else. And gives you a half decent combat trick in a set that really cares about it for one of the schools. These are just nuts. I guess I still just go C+ on this as well. In Silver Quill, it probably is like a C++ or a B- or something, but
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I think that's right. I think that it's probably like C to C plus is my guess.
you see what his sword is there? It's like a fountain pen.
Oh, it's like a pen. Yeah,
Cool.
that's good.
Inkshape Demonstrator is next. It's 3 and a white for a 3/4 Elephant Cleric at uncommon. It has Ward 2 and repartee whenever blah, blah, blah. This creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn.
I like this. This is a payoff because
Yes.
when you've got this going, you can just end up in a spot where you're like getting basically all the tempo you lost by casting like combat tricks and stuff. You're getting it back by far by getting the lifelink.
Absolutely. And Ward 2 goes so long. Again, this is that combo you pointed out earlier, Luis. 4 toughness, Ward 2 on a 4-drop.
Yeah,
That makes
like,
it
how
very difficult to untap and kill. That card's sweet. I like B for Inkshape Demonstrator.
Yeah, I would give it a B. This
Maybe-
looks great.
Maybe even better in Silver Quill specifically. Summoned Dromedary. This is 3 and
Camel.
is oh yeah. 3 and a white for a 4/3 Spirit Camel. It's uncommon. It's got vigilance, and it has the activated ability 1 and a white. Return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Wow, activate only as a sorcery. That is annoying. So
Yeah,
is this better? So we've had this type of card where it's like a 2/2 for 2 that you can bring back, right? This one's a 4/3 vigilance that you can bring back, but it costs more mana. Does that make you more excited about this card?
Way more excited.
Okay. Because it's just a real spell, like a real full-on thing.
Yeah, there's two things going on. One is that it also is only 2 mana to return. So like the power level is just straight up higher. But more than that though, I think that the fact that you get so much more out of this that trading it off, it's a real card. They have to do something about it, and then you trade it off and you play it again, and like that seems like it's going to work out really well.
It does to me too. I mean, you could very easily just get into a loop where you're just paying 6 mana to put this thing back on the battlefield, and unless your opponent has flyers, they are not in a good spot.
Yeah,
that's cool. What do you want to give it? Like a B?
I would give this a B. Like, look, there are some ways you can exile it. You can put a negative enchantment on it or something. You can play a 5 toughness creature and I guess block it. It has vigilance too, so it's like, just goes in. But some amount you're playing red black. Your opponent casts this on turn 4 and you don't have the common exile card.
Right.
And what are you thinking at that point? You're thinking like, God damn it.
Yeah. How am I going to get through this thing? Yeah. Probably the only thing that keeps this in check is the 3 and a black exile at common. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's a couple other exile effects
thing
across the board, but yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, sweet. I like that card. Next is Ajani's Response. This is 4 and a white for an instant. It is common. It says this spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, and you can destroy target creature.
Yeah, these play out fine. These are always good.
These are always just fine. I would give Ajani's Response a C.
Yeah, I agree.
Reasonable removal. Next is Ascendant Dust Speaker. This is 4 and a white for a 3/4 flying orc cleric. This is common. And when this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Dang, man. Yeah. These just do so much. 5 mana, 3/4 flying. You do have to put the counter somewhere else, so you can't just make it a 4/5 flyer like boo-hoo. And then it either enables your lower hold trigger or starts chewing up their flashback cards out of their yard or whatever. At common.
This does not look like a common.
It really doesn't look like a common. I'm going to give it a C+ just because it something has to give. I can't
too
just
many words. Too many words.
It's just too much text on it. I'm going to go C+ for Ascendant Dust Speaker.
Yeah, I like that.
Last white card is Primary Research. This is 4 and a white for an enchantment and uncommon. When this enchantment enters, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. Cool. Sweet Lorehold payoff. Because I wouldn't want to play either half of this on its own.
No, not that close, honestly, either half.
Right. But put them together in a Lorehold deck, and I'm in. It's good at milling. It's good at putting stuff in the yard. So you may even get like a target, kind of for free in your graveyard. And then this can definitely become a card advantage engine if built around. Yeah, I'd give it a build around B.
Yeah, I think so. If you're getting 2 cards out of it right away, like you're definitely just in the money at that point.
Totally. And it becomes a really difficult card to deal with for your opponent. Okay, let's see what we've got for our artifacts and lands. It looks like there's just a handful here. First artifact is called Diary of Dreams. This is 2 mana for an artifact book, as Luis mentioned before. Apparently some things can be. Is Jam Tome a book now? It just has to be, right?
It would if it's not, I don't understand what's going on.
Right. But now it's just like, really, don't mess with my Jam Tome. Anyway, 2 mana artifact book, uncommon. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a page counter on this artifact, and then you can pay 5 mana, tap, draw a card. But this ability costs 1 less to activate for each page counter on this artifact. I want this to be good really badly.
Yeah. So
like, where's the inflection? You have
to get this to like 2 mana to draw, 1 mana to draw.
Yeah. It does become tap draw card at some point. I mean, dude, like there already is a framework for this type of thing. It doesn't really fit, right? Like we've seen that the Prismari deck that is best at doing this, there's 2 that care about it, but that's the one that has all the like cheap cantrips and stuff. It's really looking to put out those creatures that get big and beat down. It's not looking to sit back, cast a bunch of spells, cycle through your deck and get some card advantage off of a card like this. That said, it may still just be worth it to throw this in there, or you could build around a version of it that's a little less towards the aggression and a little more towards the value side of things, in which case Dire Dreams would be really good, I think.
Yeah. I think that this looks like a build around B where like if you have a good controlling deck, maybe a converge deck with tons of removal or something.
Yeah.
Like you could imagine this card working, but I don't know that it's going to work.
Yeah, I like build around B, and that feels a little optimistic from us. Next is Mage Tower Referee. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature construct. It's common. And it says, whenever you cast a multicolored spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. God, no. What?
I'm out.
No. For a 2/1? No, thank you. I would give that an F. I am not playing that card. What do you think? F?
No shot.
Luis calls foul. Page.
I mean, the only defense is that it's a 2 mana 2/1, which some decks are like so desperate for that sort of thing. But yes, the ability is just not good.
No. And the argument would be you've made some drastic errors if you're like, I need this 2/1 in my deck. Next is Page Loose Leaf. Did you know that a leaf is 2 pages?
Oh.
Yeah, it's like where they kind of fold it over. 2 mana for a 0/2 legendary artifact creature construct at common. It taps to add colorless, and it has Grandeur. Discard another card named Page Loose Leaf, and it says, and if you do so, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an instant or sorcery card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So that acts as a way to not get punished by having multiples.
Yeah, and it's a 2 mana O2 mana dork.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
No, it's not. Like, would you put this in the Quandrix deck, that really does like to, and then if for some reason you ended up with 2 of these, it is a common. Then you could just pitch one to dig up an instant or sorcery.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I would be like the most thrilled to play this card, but it doesn't seem crazy to want to play it.
No, it doesn't. especially in a ramp deck. Yeah, it looks like a C- or maybe even a C to me.
I like C-, I think.
Yeah.
That's probably where I would go with that one.
Next is Potioner's Trove. This is 3 mana for an artifact at common. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, or you can tap it to gain 2 life, but only activate it if you've cast an instant or sorcery this turn. That's interesting, actually.
I mean, tapping it to gain 2 life a turn is pretty nice.
Yeah, if you can consistently, cast something, tap it to gain the 2 life, flash it back, gain the 2 life, like that adds up. I mean, does this seem like only for the Converge deck to you?
I wouldn't say that, but if there is a controlling Prismari deck that has a lot of removal and spells and is trying to do that, a thing that ramps you and then just tap gain 2 life, like if you stabilize at 6, then all of a sudden you start to use this thing, like you could make it, you could have it get out of grasp for your opponent for sure.
Right. And there comes a point in the game where you've done all this setup, but your life total can get low. And if you're now cast this, gain 2 life, flash something back next turn, gain 2, like that can get you out of that range. So it actually does serve a reasonable purpose in those type of decks. Also, any deck that you're taking a turn to cast Potioner's Trove probably is interested in some life gain later because you're going to get.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I mean, it looks like a D. Like, this doesn't look like the type of card that you just throw into any deck, but I could see it seeing play. I'm interested.
Yeah, look, I actually think it's great that we've given a lot of cards these like C/D situational grades. That means this is going to be an interesting format.
Definitely. I have a lot of questions.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I would rather it not just be like, oh yeah, this card's an A, this card's an A, or all these commons are C's to B's. Like they're all looking great. And it's like, well, that's not actually what I hope for,
Agreed. And what you said before about how some cards seem to slot into a thing and some cards are, kind of pivot cards. There's a lot of potential here. I'm excited for this one. Next up is Strixhaven Sky Coach. This is 3 mana for a 3/2 vehicle artifact, obviously. It is uncommon. It has flying. I'm going to get that crew cost in there now. Crew cost is 2. And then it says, when this vehicle enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in for this.
We're in for this one.
Yep. This is card advantage. Where I've landed on vehicles like this when they're kind of just scattered in is like, if it can be that the vehicle isn't the focal point of the card or the, most important thing, and the crew cost is 1 ideally, or maybe 2, but not above that, then it's like, it's in range for consideration. And this one, clears that bar. It's reasonable.
Yeah.
I'd still give it like a C. Like neither side is very good, right? A 3/2 flying crew 2 is mid, and it doesn't put the land onto the battlefield. Like it just gets you a land into your hand. 3 mana to do that is not great either.
Yeah. I think if you play a 2-drop with 2 power and then you can play this and then crew and block, like I feel like you'll be pretty happy.
That is part of a very good curve. I agree. What would you give it? I said C.
Yeah, I would give it a C+, I think.
Okay. It does just enough to get it over the line.
It's just slightly better than that. Yeah, I agree.
Next is Biblioplex Tomekeeper. This is 4 mana for a 3/4 artifact creature construct at common. And when it enters, you choose up to 1 of these 2 choices. You can have target creature become prepared. And it notes that only creatures with prepare spells can become prepared. Because how do you mark it? Like it's not a counter, right? It's just a signifier of some sort. So
yeah, I think
that's
so.
Probably why. And then it says, oh man, that's rude. Target creature becomes unprepared. You lost your homework.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it is really funny. I would give this an F, though. I don't think I'd want to play this.
No, I don't think that's where. I don't think that's where we're at.
And then we've got 3 avatars. They're colorless, but not artifacts. It looks like one is called Rancorous Archaic, and this is a 5 mana avatar. It's a 2/2 at common. It, funny enough, has trample and reach, but it also has Converge. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana that was spent to cast it. So you could have yourself a 7/7 trample reach here. So the first question, Luis, is this playable outside of Converge? Like a purpose-built Converge deck?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It is a 4/4 trample reach most of the time. I just don't think that we really care given the bar that this set has for creatures.
Yeah, I just don't think that that's a great deal.
Right. So if that's the case, then we're going to give it a build around grade and add a common for a Converge deck, especially if nobody else wants it. That's a C, right? Like,
yeah, that's exactly where I would put it.
Card you could get. Next is Sundering Archaic. This is 6 mana for a 3/3, again, Avatar. This one's uncommon though. This one has Converge. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this creature. It also has the activated ability to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. It's still a 6 mana 3/3 no matter which way you cut it though.
And you want to, if you converge for like 3 or 4, it's pretty good. Converging for 2 is still fine, but you're not obviously that excited about that.
3 does seem to be the key. And I got to say, if I'm designing Converge cards, that's exactly what I would do. I would be like, if it's too good at 2 where everybody can play it, then it's just going to get swept up. So make it 3 and make them either stretch for it or just give it to Converge deck entirely.
I think that's where they're at with that, is my guess.
It's great. I think beautiful.
Well, again, I'm getting confidence that the designs here are good.
This set is feeling really well designed early, I gotta say. Vibes are good. So, I mean, I guess one question is, if I take this card, put it in my 2-color deck otherwise, is it worth trying to produce another color of mana to make this good? Because I don't think you could quite pay 6 mana for a 3/3 that gets rid of a 2 mana card. I don't think you can quite do it.
I don't think you can either. And I don't really care too much about the activated ability.
Yeah, like, good for lore hold maybe. Right. So who cares? Yeah. But so I mean, I think that this would probably fall into the Converge deck category. And if in that deck, this is clearly awesome, right? Like I would give it an A, or maybe an A-, but
there is a Converge deck here. There just clearly is.
Yes, there is.
Because we've got one more Converge card to look through too, and it's going to be a good one too.
Right, and in that deck, this card is a windmill. Right?
Yeah,
I would give it an A- for build around A- for Converge deck, and I would play it if I could easily make a 3rd color of mana. I think in most decks. It is still a 6 mana 3/3. Next one is called Transcendent Archaic. This is 7 mana for a 6/6 Avatar, again, uncommon. It's got Vigilance and Converge. You draw X cards where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. If you draw 1 or more cards this way, discard 2 cards. And once again, we see that inflection point be at the 3 spot where you're actually profiting.
Yeah, I think if you draw 2 cards,
same description.
This one's at least not a disaster if you draw 2 cards, to be honest.
Draw 2, discard 2 is okay. 7/7 for a 7 mana 6/6 Vigilance, draw 2, discard 2. Yeah, you're right.
Because you've already played this. The next turn you get to untap and use those cards. I mean, assuming you have at least 1 card in hand. Because when you're at that mana level, having 1 good card to play is like pretty much all you need.
Exactly. And lands are terrible at that point, generally.
Yeah. So they're basically free. So I'm not taking away from everything we've said about Converge, but I do think it is kind of funny that it is true that you at 2, most of them aren't good, but this one actually seems like it would be fine at 2.
Okay. So then the question becomes, in the Converge deck, how good is this? And it's like good. B+, A-.
B plus. I mean,
B plus.
Honestly, it could be an A-. Like, imagine you cast this and you draw 4 cards and you have a 6/6 Vigilance. The next turn, you're going to have a great play.
Exactly. Or even 5. I mean, if we're doing Converge, you
might as well say all 5.
Do that. Yeah. So now you're up 3 cards with filtering. Like, that's nuts. So yeah, I would say B+, build around B+. But here's the other question. Like, do I put this in my Quandrix deck? I can ramp it out. I can get it down on turn 6. I get a 6/6 Vigilance that draws 2, discards 2. Is that worth it?
No, probably not. I think Quandrix probably will have better things to do, is my guess.
Okay.
That's just my guess.
Yeah. These are difficult. So build around B+/A- for a Transcendent Archaic in the Converge deck, and then probably not going to see it outside of that. Okay, for lands, we've got a cycle of dual lands here. These are, what are they? Intertapped, and then they have activated abilities, surveil lands. Okay. Forum of Amity is the first one, and it looks like the formula follows for all of them. So this one is the black-white one. It ETBs tapped. It taps for black or white, and you can pay 2 black-white, tap it to surveil 1, and there's one for each of the core color pairs that we mentioned. They seem great. These are common, by the way.
Fantastic. So it does make the Converge deck harder that it's 5 lands instead of 10. Not that I expected there to be 10. There should be just 5, but that is going to make that a little bit tougher, you know?
It also makes it harder that they're good.
Yeah.
It does make it interesting, though, if you're Quandrix and you pick up a Titan's Grave, or you dabbling in the Titan's Grave is the black-green one. Are you dabbling in Converge? These are questions for down the line, but these are like at least a C+, right? Or maybe at most, maybe they're just a C+.
These might be they might be closer to B-, honestly. If you're thinking about, like, I know I'm Quandrix, do I want Paradox Gardens or like a playable? Like, it better be a really good playable.
Seriously. Because our mana is so bad, and there isn't much fixing here. We saw a few in the colorless space, but it wasn't the kind of stuff that you want to throw into every deck. So these are going to be at a premium. C+, B- level for each of these surveil lands. There are 2 other lands. There's an uncommon called Sky Coach Waypoint, and it taps for colorless. Also has activated ability 3 tap, and target creature becomes prepared. I just feel like we're going to be focusing on the cards that either come in prepared or that you can re-prepare easily, like landfall and stuff, and not trying to shoehorn in these colorless lands.
I just haven't seen a prepared card. And we haven't seen the rares
maybe,
yet. Exactly. But
I would assume that this is an F.
Yeah, me too. I think that's probably.
And then this is important. There is Terramorphic Expanse at common. So land, it doesn't make mana on its own, but you can tap it and sack it to search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. This is the type of card that, like, the Converge deck is going to absolutely have to prioritize. There's just not that much, land-based fixing in this set.
I'm really excited to draft the Converge deck, and I feel like you probably want to draft it fixing first.
Yeah, agreed. And then pick up the stuff later. Yeah. And it also may be as simple as fixing first, wheel the Converge cards, get everything on the last 2 packs. Like, that could totally happen too. It really feels like, Converge is going to be like a 1 person per draft probably thing. But Terramorphic, I would at least give it a C here. There's just not that much fixing, and it's always important to remember that your mana bases in Limited start out bad. We are used to 9/8 split and being like, well, it is what it is, but what it is not good. So any duels or anything that you can use to help smooth that out will at least get you approaching okay, compared to, what you would really hope for, to be able to have both your colors in a timely fashion. So C+ for Terramorphic Expanse.
Yeah, I think that's about where it's going to land. Like, you really just have to. It's a high bar to not take lands in this kind of draft, for sure.
Dude, this set looks sweet.
Yeah, I'm excited. This looks really good.
It looks really good. I can breathe again. It really. We mentioned at the top of the show, but it's the thing I want to leave the listeners and viewers with, which is the breathing room on 5 colors is just so profound after we're coming off of a set that didn't have that. That was still a good set. Like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was totally fine. But you could feel it that they made 5 archetypes, but it just didn't get to really breathe. And you can really feel it here that they got to go deep on these archetypes. because of all the extra card slots that they had to work with.
Yeah,
So.
I'm most excited by Converge and the prospect of like crossover synergy where it just is and maybe we don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, it's actually literally our job to figure this out. There might also be some like kind of nice little like, you know, blue-white might be a deck in some capacity. We don't really know what that looks like yet.
Right.
And,
there could definitely be some sneaky archetypes in here for sure.
Yeah. I mean, who's to say there isn't, right? So,
right.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that's going to end up looking too.
I am too. Hopefully this set review is useful to you as the listener. That is all of the commons and uncommons in this set. Really exciting. And this set hopefully will live up to original Strixhaven, because that was a great set too. That's going to do it for this one. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis's LSV pretty much everywhere. You can find everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com, including links to all the old shows, any old set reviews, anything that you want to listen to there, as well as don't forget Luis's YouTube channel. You can find the link to that right on the front, or just search for LSV on YouTube, and you'll find him for daily drafts of varying formats, including primarily cube draft.
Are you going to say varying quality?
No. They're all A+, one way or the other. But yeah, cube is the primary, but he will also, I'm sure you're going to dabble in some Secrets of Strixhaven on there too.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
So when that comes out, you'll be able to see that as well over on Luis's YouTube channel. We also want to say thank you to everybody who supports us over on Patreon, as well as Ultimate Guard for their support of the show. If you need to pick up some sleeves, play mats, deck boxes, all that kind of stuff, make sure you check out the products on ultimateguard.com, as they make the best stuff in the business. That is going to do it for this one. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you next week.
You totally changed what I was going to say, because you talked about the products, and you've seen or at least heard of the McDonald's
yeah,
guy.
I thought of that when I said that.
The CEO, he's like, for those who haven't seen this, there's like the new burger, the Big Arch Burger or whatever. And he's like filming this little, like kind of like TikTok video where he's supposed to be eating it. And there's a lot of ways you could imagine that going. I personally would have probably tried to go in with some enthusiasm and stuff, but this guy, like, it actually ended up working out really well for them, I think. But yeah, it was really funny because he was like, oh, wow, this is a great product. Like, this product has, he's talking about it like a product, not like a burger, which
like a CEO person.
Like he's the CEO of McDonald's. Yeah. And I heard this remix on TikTok where he's just like, eat the product, taste the product, and like it just because he kept calling it the product. So now whenever I hear anyone say product, I always think of like,
that's so funny.
The product, enjoy the product.
I thought of it when I said that too. That's really funny.
The second you said the product, it was the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, totally. He ruined that word for everybody.
It's too good. And you know what? I honestly think though, like this is your job. You're the CEO. Like, I actually don't think it's unreasonable of him to take that approach, because like obviously this spurred a bunch of kind of copycats to Burger King did theirs and all that. But people still really talk about the McDonald's ones more than anything else, and I think there's a pretty good reason for that. So
it went viral.
It went viral, and as we know, that's the greatest good you can have. So.